50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 3, is vile. It is a disgusting perversion of everything that the lighthearted 50 Shades of Coal Gray was ever meant to be. And to hear it being defended is, well, it's offensive.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
How are we doing today, everybody? I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. It is Sunday, right? Today's Sunday? Am I streaming at the right time? One of these days that's going to happen. I'm going to put out a stream ping on the wrong day and nobody's going to tell me. We'll just be like, oh, I guess he's streaming on Saturday today. And I will have totally forgotten what day it is. It hasn't happened yet. I just suspect that eventually it will. To be able to see again. Holy moly, how's everybody in chat doing? How is your Sunday actually going? I hope better now. And yes, Kursala, there's always been a mature content warning. Project Dark Fox, good to see you. There's Darkheart X9. Roland, yeah, far from first. Project Dark Fox hopped into chat like 20 minutes before chat started and just like typed something, really just for the sole purpose of stealing any thunder that you might have had. Yeah. How you doing, Hamburg Tech? It's good to see you. Lore friendly. Finally gonna be doing a live reading of 50 Shades of Cold Gray. No. Bunch of perverts, I swear, in this chat. No, chapter 3 is... I've told you this. You guys, you've seen... Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's the one. I'm like, how many Indiana Jones movies are there? Oh my god, by the way, have you guys seen that they are doing another Indiana Jones movies? Another... I can't grammar. They're doing another Indiana Jones movie. Somebody just joined the cast. I can't remember who. It was some name, like Mads Mikkelsen or something like that. And I'm just like... Were they not paying attention at all to how much like a shit-filled Twinkie Kingdom of the Crystal Skull went over? Like just the turd in the punch bowl. It was awful. It was so bad. Nobody likes that movie. There are parts, there are like individual scenes in that movie that I'm willing to dial back my hatred for and be like, well, this one scene is kind of fun. Even Shia LaBeouf, like I didn't hate him in that movie. I don't mind Shia LaBeouf. I think the only problem I've ever had with him was that one, plagiarism incident that he was responsible for. But I mean, like, the guy's he's a perfectly fine actor who's done well with everything that he's been given. He's funny enough. But there were so many other problems, and all of them compounded, I guess would be the right word, to create just one of the worst movies just about ever. No, that's not fair. That's, I'm trying, chat, to get my hyperbole a little bit under control. If you're in this chat regularly, you know that I tend towards hyperbole, and I enjoy it quite a lot. And I find that it dilutes the points that I try to make. I find that overindulgence in hyperbole has led to it prevents me from accurately articulating and expressing my feelings at times, which is ironic because it's supposed to be the opposite of that. Hang on a second, I get a little something on your face, chat. Let me just take care of that for you. So I'm trying to get it under control because there are movies that deserve true vitriol and movies that don't. There are movies that are good but aren't very entertaining. There are movies that are entertaining but aren't very good. And saying things like, it's the worst movie ever, it's not accurate. There are far worse movies in this world than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But it does suck really bad. And it does, like, if it came out and there were no other Indiana Jones movies, you'd be like, it's like a fun adventure movie. But there were other Indiana Jones movies, so it also wipes its ass with your childhood, which is really the sticking point for most people, I feel. How the fuck did I get started talking about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull? What am I even doing? What is this stream about? What do we do here? Does anyone know? You wouldn't guess by hanging out for the first few minutes, I'll tell you that. Hey, Suicide Prinny, how you doing today? No worries, Sumitha. Sumitha, I think you've been in, like, every single stream we've done. Who is it? Kat made this remark recently. Riot's sister, Kat, is in Florida right now. And she sent a message on our Mods Only channel to the effect of, like, oh, I'm going to be out of town for this many, and I'm not going to be in 2 or 3 streams. And then she noted that it's breaking her perfect streak of being technically, at least for a second, in every stream. And I'm like, what? I don't even think I've been in every stream, and I'm definitely supposed to be. It's damn impressive. How many Crystal Skulls is Pacific Rim 2? I think Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is a greater transgression than Pacific Rim Uprising. And I say this because Pacific Rim is not to a whole generation what Pacific Rim is to me, whereas Indiana Jones is to a whole, if not multiple generations, a significant film. From their childhood, in forming their early imaginations. It's a component of who we are, our shared film culture. Indiana Jones. You are hard pressed to find someone who has, first of all, who hasn't seen Indiana Jones. I know they're out there. There may be some in this chat. It happens. You know, we don't all watch a whole bunch of movies. You're hard-pressed to find someone who's watched all the Indiana Jones movies who's like, I hate those movies. They might feel nothing for them. They might have watched them and been like, it's not for me. But it's rare that you find someone who's like, this Indiana Jones movies are fucking stupid. Which, that's actually accurate. They are kind of stupid. they're dumb movies, but they're so much fun. They were never trying to be smart. They're about the world's worst archaeologist punching Nazis in their face. Like, that's the premise. And they just keep doing it over and over. Put it on par with Temple of Doom. Ooh, come on, man. God, why do we gotta go there to Square? I know it's popular to say that Temple of Doom is the one that sucks, but you have to dig deep in yourself and admit that there are parts of Temple of Doom that are really quite endearing. There are. Temple of Doom has a lot of fun. It has a lot of racism in it. that really sort of almost thematic, casual adventure magazine racism where it's like, all these Indian people and they eat monkey brains and the pregnant snakes. It's so bad. But it's charming in its own way. And I always think of the, what's his, I don't remember the guy's name, the, like, witch doctor, not witch doctor, that would be a completely different continent. But, you know, the shaman of the little village that he stops in that movie, who clearly doesn't speak a fucking word of English. They wrote out cognitive, you know, like cognates of the words he needed to say, and he's just sort of mouthing the sounds. And I mean, come on, Willie was fun. Willie's not like a great character. She's no Marion Ravenwood from the first movie. She's not even an Elsa Schneider from the third movie, but she's funny. She's just comic relief. She's just there to be appalled at the insane circumstances surrounding her, and she does a good job at that. Shock 21 likes Short Round. Yeah, Short Round was a lot of fun. No Time for Love, Dr. Jones. The opening nightclub shootout. Yeah. It's silly. The whole movie, everything about Indiana Jones is silly, though. It just is. Thulsa Doom was cool. Pulled a motherfucker's heart. Wait, Thulsa Doom? You talking about from Conan the Barbarian? Or are you talking about Molaram? I assume that we're just sort of conflating Thulsa Doom with Molaram here, which, to be fair, basically the same guy. Thulsa Doom was the guy who whispered to a snake, and I don't know what he said to the snake, but it must have been something. Because that snake became so erect that he could fire it from a bow. Okay, you do know what he said. He said, seek. And then it turned into an arrow, and he shot the snake like an arrow, which was pretty badass. But, you know, we're not talking about Conan the Barbarian, because Conan the Barbarian is fucking amazing, and was done by John Milius, who John Milius reminds me of... I'm just doing some prep work so we can get started painting here. John Milius reminds me in many ways of, like, Harlan Ellison. Not in the quality of his writing. I think Harlan Ellison is a much more prolific and high-quality writer than John Milius ever was. But John Milius has the same curmudgeonly, kind of mean-spirited, cranky attitude towards his own fiction that Harlan Ellison tended to. He said... because it's a snake. Oh my god, I get it. I get it, Pun Expected. I understood that reference. How you doing, Pun Expected? Go eat a shout out, by the way, for Pun Expected. How's the streaming been going, man? I haven't had many chances to stop over. Suicide Prinny, like, no, it's called Temple of Doom. Molaram is a cult leader very similar to Thulsa Doom. Like, this all works out. I did know that, Suicide Prinny. That's I tell people too, like, if you want to get a feeling for John Milius, understand that after spending a great deal of time hanging out with him, they then wrote the character of Walter into The Big Lebowski, essentially based on spending time with John Milius. Like, he's just kind of a psychotic asshole, which also translates through to the very tight attention to detail that he puts in his films and his shows. John Milius also did Rome, which aired on HBO. I would say it was HBO. Yeah. Rome was amazing, though. Rome was fantastic. It has that same rigid attention to detail, and in that case, adherence to relative historical accuracy, with some fantastical elements and drama sort of written in. It's one of the only shows I've seen, like, dramatic, entertaining shows where you can see the Roman phalanx formation kind of operating against barbarian hordes. It begins with that, in fact, with a bunch of Roman legionnaires, and they're in their phalanx, and they're doing their stabbing, with their spear and everything, and then the guy in the back blows the whistle, and the front rank sort of rotates back, and the next rank moves up, and then he'll wait a little while, and then he blows the whistle, and the ranks rotate again, and you get a feel for, like, oh my god, that would be terrifying to fight against. If you didn't have organization like that, you were just like, just hack at the shields until they get tired, you would be sorely mistaken that they ever would, as they continue to just rotate people through the line. Like, oh god, they can do this all day. Oh no. You want to see one of his best pictures, The Wind and the Lion. I have not actually seen The Wind and the Lion. Interesting. Yeah, imagine Walter directing the movie. Very much so. Black Wolf, how you doing today? Streams have been alright, swapping around cameras because I hate how poor Logitech C922 depth of field is. Yeah, they're very, very popular for streaming, and I think they do a good job, but you'll notice that most people who use the C920 or 22 have it like right here relative to their work surface, so they're kind of like, it's almost between them and their project, and I think people just get used to it. It's... you got me, Lore Friendly. You got me. I'm misusing phrases between Greek and Roman battle tactics, which is appropriate, because, Rome did the same thing and stole, like, everything from Greece, including their gods and armor and parts of their language. The one thing they didn't steal was that badass linen armor. Linothorax were cool. One of Sean Connery's better wait, and The Wind and the Lion. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, if you have not seen Rome and you have Amazon Prime, and according to Square, it's available on there for free, go watch it. It's a great show. And James Purefoy straight up hangs dong. He's just like full frontal center of the camera focus. Like, hey guys, look at my dick. I'm Mark Anthony. And Jesus Christ. That man ain't kidding. Yeah, a lot of dudes hang. This is the other part I like about it, Roland, is, again, John Milius' adherence to historical rigor and accuracy. Rigor, if you forgive the use of the phrase in this context. But he, you go around Rome, and all the buildings are painted in bright colors, because that's what they did. We've got, stripped down and bleached versions of the few structures that are left, but they painted everything in really, really bright colors and reds and yellows for the most part. And then, Kursala, that's most streams. And then, there's just pictures of dicks everywhere. You walk around a corner and someone's scrawled a dick, and the dick has like legs on it and it's walking around, and there'll be like two dicks fighting with one another on the wall because somebody scrawled it there, and it's like, yeah, they did that. Like, so much of the graffiti that has been preserved.
Welcome, everyone.
It's just dicks.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. We're not
Have
Roman.
fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. We are modern. We live in a society. And so, no dicks for the most part. Dick drawing not only is an art, dick drawing is art. As far as I'm concerned. How you doing, Arkudaki? Greetings from London to deepest, darkest Colorado. It's not that dark. We're supposed to get some more snow tomorrow, which, you know, spring on the high plains. But that should be the last one. All I'm going to be drinking today is water. Much to my disappointment, I actually am currently out of beer. Which I only realized this morning and is being rectified as we speak. But it's probably good that I spend a night just drinking some water, right? Like that's one of those elements of life, isn't it? Why don't we paint some models? Isn't that what we do here? Let's give that a shot. Yeah, I'm on the plains, Suicide Prinny. Eastern Slope. Yeah, Arkudaki, where have you been? We're all, like, super disappointed every time you're not here. And we've been, you know what we've done? We've noted every single stream you haven't been in to punish you for thinking that you're not allowed to... No, what the fuck? No, man, like... Thanks for being here. I'm always excited to see you in chat, bro. But you don't have to be here. I know that that's not really what you're saying. I just think it's always funny when I see somebody in chat, like, apologizing for not being around for a while. Like, you have no responsibility whatsoever to show up at all. I appreciate you being here today, just by itself, man. Good to see you. Rangonius, how you doing today, man? Yeah, we do a magic show. That's a new thing. We added that recently. So I've made some progress on the Nemesis, done most of the detailing on it. I've really only got one step that I want to do on this before I finish it, and I don't want to take it any further. I did kind of a light sort of engine blast effect on these nozzles here. Rich 10,001 UK Soccer Breakers. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Oh, that's a lot of what we do here, Rich. I just 3D print fucking constantly. I'm pretty happy with how this model has come together, all together. Having done it, looking back on it, there's some things I would change. There's a number of things here where I'm like, if I went for a few more passes, you know, we could zhuzh it up a little bit, but I want to get this force on the table. So I'm calling this good enough. There's only one step that I really want to do on this, and I'm hoping to get to that today as I do it on the rest of them, which is just touching up these true red panels that I have kind of around his collar and then on the cuffs of his feet. So we'll get to him in just a few. Put him down for the moment. But we got some more white highlighting to do on this last Scourge Warjack, and then on my last Marauder Cyborg, and I think we should be able to get through most of that tonight. Maybe? Possibly? I don't know. We'll find out. Going 3 months ago, and now you have 3. Yeah, it's there are people who see us enjoying our 3D printers and they're like, I should get a 3D printer, and they get one and they operate a little bit and they're like, oh, this is a pain in the ass, I don't want to do this. And then there are people like you and I, Rich, who get our first 3D printer and it immediately becomes just an obsession in and of itself. What's going on, O'Coral? How you doing today, man? Yeah, I've got 3 FDM printers and 1 resin printer in my office operating at the moment, and I'm looking to upgrade that. Not upgrade, I suppose, because I'm going to keep the old resin printer, but I'm going to add another resin printer, and I've been looking at, they got those, like, wash and cure stations. I don't know how worthwhile they are, because I've just got, like, a real rudimentary process I use for doing my wash and my cure process, and I tend to just cure in sunlight. Sometimes that's a problem. Sometimes if I do it in direct sunlight, depending on the shape of the piece, that piece will get heated and it will sort of curl as it cures. But it's not like so much of a problem that I feel like throwing over $100 at it. I'm kind of undecided on that one. Who knows? Maybe I'll put up a donation goal. We haven't done a donation goal since late last year. White Wolf, I mean, that doesn't really matter, man. Like, you don't need actual direct sunlight to cure. Even on an overcast day, there's enough UV radiation that if you put it on a windowsill, basically everything's gonna cure. Yeah, the Nemesis. The Nemesis is that far along. I'm pretty happy with it. Again, there are definitely things that I could do to it to enhance it. There may be some choices if I were doing this over again, or rather when I do my next Nemesis, I might do some parts differently. But, yeah. Really only got the one thing that I want to do to it, and I'm going to call this guy tabletop ready. It's a lovely model. I love the look of the Nemesis. It's such a ridiculous, like, just look at this fucking thing. It's like, I talk a lot when I'm talking about painting figures about, like, you don't have to hit every single detail on a model, but this thing is so, like, over-complicated and hyper-greebled that I felt the necessity to hit almost everything at least a little bit. Like, it should look busy. That's kind of the aesthetic of it. It's a nonsense machine. Yeah, it's all engine. It's like half of it is robot, and then there's a fucking giant engine taking up most of its body. It's a busy figure, so I don't mind the paint job coming out a little bit busy. Tabletop ready changes with time, lore friendly. And to be fair, I didn't say minimum tabletop standard. Minimum tabletop standard, I can do significantly quicker than that. This is just the point at which I'm satisfied enough that I can move on to something else. And that just, that changes with time. Talked to David over at EBT, think he had a deal on it. Huh. Do they add much in the way of fumes? I don't have one yet. Suicide Printing, you talking about the resin printers? Because no, not really. If you're in a room with decent ventilation, it's not really going to be a problem. I think people kind of overestimate that. Arkrave, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you so much, by the way. Arkrave recently posted a number of pictures of his amazing Trinity City build in the Hextech channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, you really, really should. He's done a fantastic job. I always love seeing, like, when I built Trinity City, when I set out with the idea of it, I built with the idea in mind that it should be, maximum modularity. It should be built in such a way that you could recombine it into a whole series of different forms. And even knowing that and even intending that, it still blows my mind when I see all the different configurations people do of the streets, the buildings, the hills, what have you. Really, really fantastic job, though. Yeah, don't whiff from the... If you're not cracking open your bottle of 3D printing UV sensitive resin and just like sniffing right out of it or pouring it over yourself or taking a swig, like, you're pretty much fine. Don't rub it all over your hands or anything stupid like that. Like, just don't touch it. Don't drink it. Don't put it in your eyeballs. Don't intentionally huff it. And for the most part, you should be fine. carpet top quality. God, angry mumbling. Yeah, I agree. Pun expected. Tabletop standard becomes time-based versus visual-based after a while. I have a point at which it happens with almost every model, even the ones where I'm trying to do a really good job on them. You just hit a point where you're like, whether the miniature is done or not doesn't matter. In fact, I'm trying to do away with the idea that minis are ever done, because they're kind of not. I never hit the point where the miniature is done being painted. I always hit the point at which I am done painting it. I think it's important to recognize that, because that's how you wind up just staring at a mini for way too long, as opposed to just going, get it off my desk, do something new. How am I supposed to preserve myself for future generations? I suggest epoxy, lore-friendly, large quantities of it. Still doesn't look as overly busy as the Michael Bay Transformers. That's a hard standard to beat. Why you gotta compare me to the greats like that? The greats. Is everybody keeping up on Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Not gonna give any spoils. There's only one episode left in the 6-run series, or in the 6-episode run series. But I think it's worth watching. It's not perfect, but what is? Hang on a second, I just need to adjust some of my audio settings. Watched Overlord last night for more Wyatt Russell. I'm wanting to rewatch Overlord, because I did see Overlord when it came out, and I was talking about it with someone the other day. Someone else mentioned, like, oh, Wyatt Russell's in Overlord. And I'm like, oh shit, I saw that movie, and then I tried to remember what it was about, and I'm like, Nazi zombies, I think? I don't remember watching it. Like, I know that I did watch it because I remember talking about it. I have no memory of like almost any individual scene in the actual movie, and that's weird for me. And it wasn't like I got out of surgery recently and I was all drugged up or something like that. Like, that's strange. So yeah, I need to rewatch that. I don't think I was particularly distracted, or I have no idea what happened there. Oh yeah, Rich. Reaper's a good brand. I use kind of a bit of everything, depending on the individual color that I want. As far as brands that are just high quality go, Reaper and Pro Acryl are two of the highest quality miniature paints available. I would also be remiss if I did not mention that our very own mod here, Kursala, and his partner Data Nerd have been working on their own line of paints from Rainy River Designs. And they're really coming along. They're doing a great job developing those. And you can find those anytime you want by hitting ! Rainy River here in chat. But as far as generally available paint brands go, I think that Reaper is probably the best to recommend, just because you can find that at your friendly local gaming stores. Pro Acryl can be complicated to find, because they sell out very quickly and they only sell on Monument Hobby's website, but it is also hard to beat Pro Acryl for just the sheer quality of paint that they make. Like, people rave about it a whole lot, and I'm always suspicious of stuff like that, because I'm like, yeah, okay, it's a fad, it's some bullshit. But I got a set of Pro Acryl paints, and I love them. They come in Really, really fantastic screw top dropper bottles. They're really well formulated. They have good pigmentation. They flow well. Like, there's nothing about pro acrylic paints that I don't love. And then I use a whole lot of Reaper. I'll also use Vallejo, Vallejo Game Color. I've got a bunch of Scale 75 that I got kind of donated. And then lately I've been doing a lot of oil paints, which I think we're going to be doing more of because it's actually been kind of freeing. And once I got over the initial hump, there's a lot you can do with oils. What's my favorite giant monster movie? Oh, man. Ooh. That's a tough one for me, Arkrave, because I like so many of them. My first question when I see that question immediately becomes, like, based on what criteria? We're talking just my favorite, like my favorite to watch, my favorite as in my favorite themes, my favorite as in the one that I think is most influential on the genre, like, because it's a genre that I actually care about. So I overcomplicate it, basically. If I had to just pick a favorite, and I think most people here would go, oh, Thunderhead's gonna say Pacific Rim, but it's not really true. If I had to pick a favorite movie that was essentially about kaiju, about giant monsters, honestly, I might pick War of the Gargantuas. I love War of the Gargantuas. And it's one of those where even though I love Pacific Rim, I recognize that Pacific Rim would not be what it is without War of the Gargantuas to sort of compare against and draw from. Shin Godzilla is also fantastic. See, this is a difference of such minor degrees that it's almost silly to split hairs to that level, because it's like they're all so close to one another for me. Shin Godzilla is fantastic, though. Yeah, Drakari, Shin Godzilla is mostly people walking down hallways and talking in conference rooms. But that is also sort of the appeal of it. It's hard for me to even count. Like, it is a giant monster movie, it is a kaiju movie, it is ultimately about Godzilla, but more than being about Godzilla, Shin Godzilla is about the Japanese people, and it is about the Fukushima nuclear disaster, which, in my opinion, is what a good Godzilla movie should be, is about more than just giant monsters. But if you're just looking for giant monster destroy city, while it has a lot of very, very good action to that sort of action in it, that's not the movie, ultimately. Lore Friendly's gonna head out, frankly too exhausted mentally to do anything cerebral like watching painting. My god, I didn't realize I was that engaging. Lore Friendly, no worries, man. It's always good to see you in chat. Yeah, go take a nap, man. Go fucking take a load off. This world is too full of bullshit to push yourself any further than you need to. Go relax. Go watch something fun. Turn your brain off for a while, man. It's good to see you in chat. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. And yeah, I agree. Godzilla as a metaphor for something is very important to me as well in the context of kaiju films. I don't really like... I guess the new Western Godzilla movies have kind of painted Godzilla as a metaphor for the natural order of the world, I think. Like, it's not really clear to me. And I'm not sure that that really works, because that's precisely the opposite of what he was meant to be when he was created. I don't know if they're trying to subvert your expectations, you know, go Ryan Johnson on you or whatnot. But I'm not a huge fan of that interpretation. And then it falls apart when it's like, oh, now what is Kong a metaphor for? He's a metaphor for... I mean, you know, for the love of God, don't make him the metaphor that he originally was, because that's an uncomfortable period of American history that none of us really like to talk about. And then everyone's like, I don't know, I guess he's just a big monkey. He represents being the toughest guy on the block. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, too, is the metaphor behind Godzilla and Kong for the new Western films. I'll tell you, you know what, here's the thing. I can tell you precisely what Godzilla and Kong are metaphors for in the context of those films. Are you ready? Because this is some pretty in-depth film analysis. I might lose a few people once I get going. So sit down, strap in, open your minds, and try to really think this through, okay? And let me know if I lose you, because I don't want to lose anyone along the way. We're going on a little bit of a journey. God damn it, O'Coral! Yes, they're metaphors for making money. That's it. That's the whole thing. That was... Oh, okay. O'Coral saw through my setup. You know my bullshit too well. I think I'm gonna watch Psycho Gorman tonight. Have any of you guys watched movies from Astron 7, I think is the name of the production company? Has anyone here seen Manborg? Specifically Manborg. I've heard really, really good things about Psycho Gorman. And I love Astron 7. They do amazing work. I'm pretty sure it's Astron 7. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. If you have seen Psycho Gorman and you enjoyed it, watch Manborg. Manborg, I remember when what was it, Kung Fury came out, and I had like a super edgy hipster moment where I was like, Kung Fury doesn't deserve to be so popular, because it's just a less good version of Manborg. And to a degree, my gatekeeping edgy ass still feels that way. Don't get me wrong, Kung Fury's funny, but Manborg is, in my opinion, much more earnest. Where Kung Fury is just kind of a joke at the expense of a film genre, Manborg is both a joke at the expense of a film drama and also kind of a love letter to it. And clearly inspired by a lifetime of watching it. Whereas Kung Fury's all kind of surface level and memey, like very, very memey, Manborg is more earnest. And had a lot more fun with their costume design, in my opinion. I mean, Manborg is also 100% parody, but I have a hard time describing the differences between them, because I'm not trying to say bad things about Kung Fury. Kung Fury's fucking hilarious. It absolutely is. And it's worth watching if you haven't. But Manborg is a little bit more in love with the genre that it's parodying, whereas Kung Fury is just aware of it. Would it fit in on Up All Night? Oh yeah, I think so. Oh, Kung Fury's absolutely very fun. You should watch Manborg. It's delightful. Particularly if you like other Astron 7 productions like, say, Psycho Gorman, or they did a show called Divorced Dad that I guess is really, really good. I need to watch that. Want to watch some low-budget sci-fi horror? What you got? Astron 6. Okay, thank you. What you got for me, O'Coral? I'm curious. I like bad movies. Oh, I have a Shudder subscription. And yeah, there's a lot of trash on Shudder. A lot of trash. The world of streaming has ensured that literally anyone who wants to can make a movie. All the positives and negatives that entails. I'm glad that it has. I'm glad that everyone is able to make film. And I'm glad that Shudder is willing to host the absolute fucking worst of it. You've seen Robot Wars? Yes, I have, Time Stop. I've seen both Robot Wars and Crash and Burn, and I agree. Those, in fact, if you want to get into a conversation about what truly makes a movie bad, those are bad fucking movies. Crash and Burn and Robot Wars are terrible fucking movies. Like, bad movies. Because on top of everything else that they are, on top of being poorly written, on top of being silly, on top of being stupid, on top of having plot holes, they're fucking boring. They're painfully boring to watch. Even if you, like, theoretically love the gimmicks that they're employing, they don't even do them well. They're not entertaining. That's what makes a movie bad, as far as I'm concerned, is if I genuinely take no entertainment value from it at all. Blood Machines is not a movie, nor is it a show. Blood Machines is a very, very long... Carpenter Brute? Is that who did the music for that? Or was it someone else? Either way, it's a very long music video. I loved it, but it is just a very, very long music video. Yeah, Carpenter Brute. That's what I thought. The Meatball Machine, old Japanese techno horror. I'll have to add that to the list, because I'm a fan of some older... Asian horror from a certain period in there is very, like, high concept and very abstract. Things like, what was it, Tetsuo the Iron Man? Like, it's kind of upsetting to watch and really, really artsy. Oh, I dropped a message about that in the channel, Roland. Gross enhanced Guyver. Interesting. I love special effects, even if they are in service of something truly terrible, and I love disgusting visual effects just for the sake of them. Like, I unironically enjoy Peter Jackson's early work, for instance. I don't pretend that they're good movies. They're not. They're just, unique. They're unique and arguably misunderstood at times. And I'm not talking about The Frighteners. Oh, The Thing. How about anything from Full Moon Entertainment? Romeo Void, funny story, I have met Charles Band on a few occasions. The proprietor of Full Moon Entertainment. That man is the most, like, obvious fucking in-your-face con man huckster. Like, the second that you meet him and start talking to him, he's selling stuff. He does not speak without that speech somehow be relating to a sales pitch that he is pitching at you. Like, I loved meeting the guy, but he is a huckster through and through. And he got really, really lucky with, what was that early movie that he did? It was called, like, I think Ghoulies, maybe? He produced Ghoulies really early on, and he produced it for, like, no money at all. Like, fucking nothing. And it made a decent amount of money. So his overall profit on the venture was huge. And he turned that money around into Full Moon Productions. And yeah, I've watched quite a lot of movies from Full Moon. They're sort of their own unique genre. Charles Band also being the same man who produced Robot Jocks. A movie that he has apparently completely forgotten about. Because it was like he was doing that with some friends. He never gave a shit about it. It was a team of other people. He just put up the money, and then he moved on to doing such fine films as Ginger Dead Man and Killer Bong 1 through 6. His movies aren't bad. Not truly bad. His movies are all fairly coherent. They're stupid. Incredibly stupid movies. But when you watch them, you never get the impression that they think they're smart, because they have premises like, oh, there's an evil bong, and when you smoke the bong, it sucks your soul out. And the bong has a funny voice and it tells jokes. It's like, oh, okay. I see. My hands are extra shaky tonight, so I'm just taking it nice and slow. I don't know why they are. I didn't load up on coffee or anything today. I've had plenty to eat. Sometimes you just got shaky hands. Yeah, Puppet Master. He did Phantasm, didn't he? Trancers, yeah. Yeah, Full Moon has produced a whole lot of films. The Pick of Destiny is a different sort of genre, I think, overall. Kursala, you found The Thing boring? I think that boring is, first of all, it's very subjective, and secondly, as far as subjective critiques of the film go, I could see it being boring to someone. Like, I could see that. It's not exactly action-packed. It's very, very slow pace. It is, in my opinion, the peak of John Carpenter's work. I assume we're talking about John Carpenter's 80s The Thing, and not 2011's The Thing, which was just a confusing fucking mess. 14 months? It's homework time, so I'm back again. Our visitor from Penisland. Penisland Warrior, thank you so much for the sub, man. Hope you have a good night doing homework. Have you been over there building those beehives? Because that looks like that has been a fun project. Yeah, sure, O'Coral, why not? Yeah, The Pick of Destiny is a totally different type of film from anything that Full Moon has done, in my opinion. Because it's again, just like a... I haven't seen The Pick of Destiny since it came out, but it has some really funny, just Jack Black-isms in it. It's another one of those that comes off as like almost just a big, long music video. Hydro Liquid. Arguably the most redundant name I've ever seen on Twitch, and I love it. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. They Live. I love that movie. I like They Live just for the alleyway fight scene between Keith David and Rowdy Roddy Piper. It's the most brutal, dragged-out, nasty-ass fight scene. And they're just, like, straight punching each other in the nuts half the time. Yeah, I wasn't, I didn't look real closely at it, which is why I saw your brother's post on it. That, or I confused you with your brother. I'm just admitting right now, I didn't look too closely at it. I saw it, and I was like, well, one or both of them are over there working on that, and I meant to ask. Quite a lot of construction. I may end up picking your brain on what you learned from the first round of operation. Because we've got a lot of land out here, and that's on the list of things to get to. Okay. Yeah, so you see how much attention I was paying to the details. I'm like, one or both of them. And I wasn't sure which. Pretty good for that arm. Let's come over here. Yeah, staring at the printer, man, they are somewhat hypnotic. When I first got mine, I spent way too much time just watching it do what it does. And even having been operating it as long as I have, I still, like, if I stare at it for too long, suddenly an hour passes. Nice. Yeah, if you don't kill them all, that'll... But see, no, here's the thing, though, Penis Land Warrior. Knowing what not to do is just as important, if not more important, than knowing what to do. So if you do kill them all, I'm still gonna want some information. Like, you know... So, tell me how you failed. But seriously, like... Knowing the pitfalls is every bit as important as knowing the correct moves. Ooh, live-action billboards. Interesting. Though you shouldn't hate that at all, Project Dark Fox. Being easily amused, being easily enthralled, this is something that everyone should hope for. Because you can't fake it. You either are, or you aren't. And without that, entertainment can be very expensive. There's nothing wrong with just sort of turning your brain off and watching a machine do some amazing shit. There's a reason that How It's Made was a huge show and is still active on, like, YouTube. Just, like, watch them make potato chips and shit like that, and it's highly entertaining. Much appreciated. I'll watch paint dry if I'm bored and uninspired enough. Yeah, I'll just stare at the wall sometimes. Or re-watch a series that I've already watched like 10 times. But with the rise of streaming entertainment, I understand that's actually pretty common. The Office was like the most streamed show on Netflix. Guys, can we take a moment, by the way? That reminds me of a subject that is very near and dear to my heart. And I'd like to take a moment, a very somber moment on this stream. And we could all just sort of take some time to contemplate and to respect the death of streaming as we knew it for a good number of years. We had a good run for a while there, when Netflix was king. We had a damn good run, when you could get almost anything streaming on just a small handful of platforms. When cable was still the thing, and everyone was moving away from it, and we called it cutting the cable. And we were all so very, very happy, and those days are pretty much gone now, and I already miss them. Netflix has been hamstrung to the point that I wonder how much longer it's going to continue to even be a business. It never was terribly profitable, and their originals are middling at best. Hey, Ion Raptor. Good to see you. Thank you so much for getting that shout-out done. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor and you have any interest at all in 3D design or mecha, you really should be. The man's a dynamo and prolific. How you doing, Shadow Fox? But really, I miss the golden age of streaming already. It's pretty well dead. Everybody is splintering off, and it's just we're just back to cable 2, and it's... I feel like one day as a society we're gonna move past this myth that we've been taught. The one where, oh, hyper-capitalism encourages innovation through competition. It's not what happened here, like, at all. We had innovation, it was wonderful for a little while, and then the hyper-capitalism killed it. And we have actually regressed. Our technology has taken a step backward by 10 years or so, back into the fucking dark ages of cable television, and it is depressing. Oh, thank you so much, Discord. Oh, I have the worst posture. It's just terrible. Not able to paint. What's up, Roland? Why can't you? Yeah, I mean, that's the depressing part about it. Project Dark Fox is it's not even like this is some sudden, oh no, it snuck up on us. Like, we've all seen it coming, but seeing yourself racing towards the cliff hasn't really helped us. It's one of those things where you can look at it and go, haha, I told everyone, but you never wanted to be right in the first fucking place. All these companies saw the goddamn dollar signs and rushed to pull their licensing as fast as they could, and now Disney is sort of emerging on top with all their original content because that's what pushes the streaming services and makes them worthwhile. That, and they already owned all the movies everybody wanted to watch anyway. CBS is desperately trying to keep people on their platform with shows like Star Trek Picard and Discovery, and I could not be more disgusted with the direction that they've taken Star Trek. I can't watch those fucking shows. And, that, and it's like, those are the two things they advertise to me. They're like, oh, you could get all these Star Trek series. Isn't that amazing? Or you could watch Young Sheldon. Oh God. Yeah, right to Square? Fuck all those streaming services and just watch Twitch. I maintain Amazon because it's like, Amazon is one of those, why shouldn't I? I'm already giving money to Bezos for, like, all of my shopping services. I've got Amazon Prime, and I don't see myself canceling it anytime soon, despite the fact that they're basically modern slavers. I am merely a man and a consumer at that. So, you know, I'll keep Amazon Prime Video. Plus, they produce some decent originals, but yeah, Netflix originals in particular have been very disappointing. No, you know? Hate it. Run from it, hide from it. I'm still right all the same, oh Coral. I am inevitable. Yeah, I like Project Dark Fox. I tend to be a bit of a doomsayer when it comes to society in general. I'm a little bit of a pessimist. I'm a little bit of a cynic. I don't know if you guys have noticed that yet, hanging out in this chat. Hanging out in this chat, you might become confused into thinking I'm some sort of optimist. In truth, I am on certain subjects, but generally speaking, I'm a pretty cynical person. And, I'm just always, like, I'd rather be cynical and be proven wrong than be optimistic, and rather... What am I trying to say here? I'd much rather, if things are gonna go well, I'd much rather be cynical and pessimistic about them and be proven wrong than be optimistic and be constantly proven wrong on that. That's not a good saying. There has to be a better way to say that. Doesn't make any sense. My own philosophy doesn't make any sense. Let me put it this way. Everything sucks and it always will. There, that's my philosophy. Take that to the fucking bank. Yeah, Penisland Warrior's only known me since I was, like, 12. Might have some insight into my cynicism. Just possible. I'm optimistic about certain things. In my heart, I want to believe the best of everyone. I just don't. Isn't that just nihilism with extra seasoning? Kursala, you may be onto something there. Maybe that's what I was trying to say. I believe in nothing. Nothing, Lebowski. Well, it doesn't. Actually, not even that is true. What's funny is I agree with many of the core tenets that lead people to nihilism, but I honestly believe that things have meaning because we invest them with meaning. And that is the only meaning that matters, so I'm not actually a nihilist by any measure. I feel like maybe that's just because I like being alive, and if I let myself become a true nihilist, like, ooh, that would go to dark places fast. But fundamentally, I enjoy the act of living. I do. I'm a very hedonistic person in that sense. These are acrylics right here, 5280, but we're gonna be doing some more oils in no time, because since I've started doing this latest round of oil painting, I have been enjoying the hell out of it, and I want to try doing, we're gonna move on to the mecha and the tanks from Monsterpocalypse here shortly, and then I'm going to take that over to doing some Battletech painting in oils. because since I've been doing some more techniques with the oil painting, I'm starting to see the... I think that we could do some very, very cool, fairly nuanced oil painting on battle mechs for Battletech, Cav, Revelations, and the like, fairly quickly with oil paints, which might seem ironic, because oil paints dry very slowly, but as far as actually doing the work and then setting them aside and giving them a few days to dry, I think that there are some techniques to explore with oil paints, and we're going to give it a shot. There you go. Yeah, thank you, Penis Land Warrior. You said it. You articulated what my brain was failing to. I find that pessimism comes with fewer disappointments. And then if things go well, if the best outcome is what happens, then I'm pleasantly surprised, instead of constantly disappointed. Because the world ain't fair, kids. It's just not. White Vader took only 15 minutes with oils. Normally get that kind of blend. I have to spend hours with acrylics. Yeah, fooling around with some quick... I was adapting some dry brushing techniques to oils after last Thursday's stream, and discovering that, because, like, here, this isn't even done. I just got to a point where I'm like, okay, I can pause here and wait for the next session. But like this, which is not even particularly vibrant, this is just me kind of fooling around, this didn't take very long to do, like, at all. And it's far from the most amazing paint job, and it still needs work in a lot of places, but some of these blends were just like, I was barely paying attention as I did this. I was just kind of like, flinging the brush around. And once you start to grasp how it moves and how it applies at different thicknesses, like I said, I was barely paying attention when I did this. And it sure looks pretty nice. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. I believe they actually took that from the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer. The first one, before they re-released the Damocles Gulf Edition. Contemplating either inks or oils for the Field of Legends minis you got from Rick. Yeah. I don't want to just be like, we're doing oils from now on, guys, but we might be doing a lot of oils from now on, guys. Because the more that I've worked with them, the more potential I've seen in them. And I am, as I said, I'm a hedonistic sort of person at the end of the day. And if I can get good results from super duper fucking lazy techniques, I'm gonna do it. And that seems to be what you get from oils, honestly. Not to besmirch the good name of any of our oil painters out there who work very hard to get advanced techniques with them. They have a very, very high skill ceiling. They also seem to have a very low skill floor once you get over the initial learning curve. Oh yeah, Hethra, it'll be back up in just a few. I didn't mean to do that. Take that down a bit. It's I think I've only really got one step left that I want to do on it, and as I was saying, I look at this and I think, like, there are things I could do. There's more work I could do on this, certainly, on a number of places, but I'm at a point where there's only really one step that I have to do. It's a very, very cool model. And of course it needs to be varnished. Greg is never going to shut up anyway, White Wolf. Like, I've known Greg long enough to know that there is no shutting him up. No matter what happens, he's going to be talking shit. That's just... That's who he is as a person. Let's get to the real questions. When do we get to see Iron Feet, different guns for the round facer? I would anticipate that. I don't want to give false hope and be like, I'm going to do that this week. I will say that I did design up the Hasty / Ironfoot and the Bigfoot's feet and calves in the last 2 days, which is a good indication that it should be fairly soon. Because when I did my blockhead, it was like, I waited a long time. One day I had the inspiration to start. I blocked out its feet and its calves, and then within 2 days I had it done. So it's just a matter of getting that burst of inspiration, and I think it's close. Because I want to print some of those out. And Seal 6 Operator, thank you so much. So much for your support, man. I really appreciate it. Keeps me going, keeps me painting, keeps me designing. Not the only thing, mind you, but God, I love that little extra boost of motivation that this stream gives me. Oils seem like they might really gain some traction in the hobby world as the next big fad. And I think that they may very well deserve that position. They're easy to use, and I think that if we got more people, like if we break that taboo, if we break the mysticism surrounding them, that, ooh, they're oil paints, they're more complicated than acrylics, if we can break that and get more new people started on it, I think they're going to have more fun painting. Acrylics will always have their place, mind you, and some people will always prefer using them. I still love my acrylics for certain uses and purposes. But I am coming to appreciate the oils. I really am. If I donate $1,000, can I rig up a remote probe to shock you whenever you're not painting Battletech minis? Ooh. We reserve that for the OnlyFans, Seal 6 Operator. We'll start a donation goal for that. Thunderhead Shock Collar. That's how it goes, though, White Wolf. It doesn't really matter how long something's been around. The community discovers things at their own pace. And this recent push by James Wapple, and then I think that a large part of it is specifically that James Wapple's been pushing it. A lot of painters here on Twitch listen to Wapple, and over the course of the last year, with everybody being stuck inside, painting streams have really taken off. They've become, like, they have also been around for a number of years, but their popularity is, like, right now. And a lot of paint streamers are switching to using oils, and I think that you might see some correlation in the general community from that.
If you anchor the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
It's definitely about definitely about doing that prep work, though, because if you're just squeezing oils out of the tubes and then thinning them on a piece of porcelain or something, like, yeah, that's a big pain in the ass. And you might be like, why don't I just use my acrylics in these nice bottles? But if you take the time to put your oils in the nice bottles, suddenly that issue kind of disappears. There's still a lot to learn. But I'm gonna learn it. Hey, Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? What did I do with my light warm gray? There it is. And this is what a lot of people say, pun expected. And I wonder when the popular, when the hive mind is going to shift over to being willing to just say they're better. Because it's something that I've been resisting to a degree, just because I've been a part of the cult acrylic. But I have a lot of fun painting with oils. Like, it's much more free than painting with acrylics often is. So, maybe there's something to it, you know? They're just very different. And, the interesting thing to me is they're also cheaper than acrylics, as far as the volume goes, because you don't need that much of a 37 milliliter tube to paint with. You need very little actual paint. I think that it might have some similar stigma attached to it. Zero Alpha, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I think it has some similar stigma that 3D printing does, where it's like people are just scared of it because it's different. People hear, oh, chemicals, oh no, not the chemicals, or maybe you don't want to have toxic things around because you have kids, or you have pets, or something like that. But as far as the hobby community that's able to devote time and effort to their hobby and really wants to use the best supplies go, like, maybe the trick is just breaking those myth busting a little bit and reducing the stigma, reducing the popular opinion of how difficult they are, because they're just not. They're just not difficult. They're different. And you do have to think differently about how they go down on the model, because we're so used to layering paint on top of paint as we work with acrylics and building these layers, whereas oil painting is much more, you establish a layer of oil, and then you're just sort of blending and mixing pigments to be where you want them, all within this singular layer. And once you start thinking about it differently, it works better. Yeah. Interestingly, Gus Schultz, that's one of the places that oil painting has survived in the hobby, is that oil washes have been very popular even over acrylic for a long time. And that's something worth mentioning too, is I think the real truth lays somewhere in the middle. Using acrylics for their strengths and using oils for their strengths, even on the same mini, is probably, if we're looking for a really best answer, that's probably going to be it. Using familiar acrylic techniques for base coats and then coming in with oil washes, for instance, or establishing your main colors with oils, establishing your blends, and then coming in with acrylics to do detail or freehand work, I think could be easier. Freehand work is definitely doable in oils. It's a little trickier because it wants to blend so much. I think that acrylics almost work better for it. For establishing clearer definition and stuff like that. So ultimately, as it is with everything, the hive mind will go all or nothing and ultimately decide something stupid, and the truth will be somewhere in the middle. Ignore the hive mind, folks. Try everything. Keep what works for you, ditch what doesn't, build your toolbox. The answer is always the same, isn't it? When I started painting minis in the early 80s, the prevailing opinion was children use acrylics and model painters use oils. I wonder what the big shift there was. I mean, acrylics are fucking easy. And there's no worry about toxicity at all. You gotta give them that. It's like working with water, basically. In many cases, you are just working with water. I was not painting minis at a time when oils were prevalent or popular. Maybe oil paints have improved in that time. I don't really know. Bit trickier to not blend for sure. Yeah, that is the one thing, is oils, they just blend. Like, whether you're trying to blend or not, that's what they're gonna do. Which is why I feel like maybe doing freehand color, but the thing is that the pigments in oils tend to be so much more vivid. So even when you're doing freehand, it's like, well, if you let the model cure for like a couple of days and then come back to the dry oil with some other oil, and like you can actually freehand pretty well. There is something to be said for the fact that I can paint a model in acrylic in the morning, wait half an hour, varnish it, and play with it in the evening. You can't do that with oils. There might be toxic pigments in the acrylics. Oh god. There's toxic pigments in everything, ultimately. We're all gonna die from our resins and our acrylic paints and our fucking pogo sticks and our boppets. Pac-Man video games. Don't forget the glue fumes. Oh yeah. That's how I get motivated to paint. I just sit there and I huff my glue fumes for a while. You know, glue's making a comeback. Nature's glue. So on. Disclaimer, do not huff glue. In no way does Thunderhead Studio encourage or suggest the huffing of glue for any reasons whatsoever. All remarks on glue huffing are for comedic purposes only. Wrong week to quit sniffing glue. God damn, I love those Zucker Brothers movies. I love those Zucker Brothers movies almost as much as I hate Marlon Wayans for twisting the concept the way that he did into a whole genre of garbage film. And here's another thought, too. There may be a truth in that acrylics are better for people who are only seeking to achieve a certain standard. Like, if you're really just like, I'm an army painter and I want to put down 3 colors across a bunch of Space Marines and I want to play with them this weekend, I would recommend acrylics. They require almost no investment in anything outside of the paints themselves and some primer. You need the primer anyway. They'll be ready very quickly. You might not give a shit about blending at all. You know, maybe you just want to be like, color, wash, dry brush, move on with my day. Yeah, acrylics are fucking great for that. And you don't have to have any thinners. You don't have to learn anything about, or really almost nothing about consistency or thinning or anything like that. It's very straightforward. So yeah, if you're just like, look, I want to put down a little bit of paint just so I don't look like a total idiot at my next 40k tournament, I'd be like, yeah, go with acrylics. If the bug bites you and you're like, I want to paint some good-looking models, then oils might be the direction to go. Yeah, and if you have a habit of licking your brushes, be careful with the oils. Useful spreadsheet, eh? Oh, hey. There's actually a lot of good information there. There's a lot of good information in there. Yeah, guys, check out that spreadsheet. I may spread that around a little bit, pun expected. Nicely done.
suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Anywhere I want. That's all we do here, Okoro. We glorb with purpose. May have jumped in the deep end when you start. See, that's the thing too, and this is an important point. Painting should be fun. It should always be fun. You should always be having fun doing it, and yet we find ways to make this hobby not fun for ourselves. And if you start with oils and you're like, this is fun, fucking keep doing it. I don't have any investment in acrylics. I'm not, you know, I'm not a part of Big Acrylic. I don't give a shit. It takes a lot of techniques that are regarded as difficult in the acrylic painting community and puts them within the grasp of newbie painters, which I think is something important about it. We've all learned about blending, we've all tried blending, we've all adapted methods that we like for it, or styles, or whatnot, or just decided that it's not for us. There's some artists who have adapted to it by refusing to do it, because it can be tricky, and it's not strictly necessary. But oils, they blend. That's what they do. Whether you want them to or not, that is what they do. That is their strength. Blend, blend, blend away with almost no effort, and it looks good. It's easy to get good-looking minis very quickly, with the added caveat that you do have to wait a while for them to dry. Big Acrylic, yeah. You didn't know about Big Acrylic, did you? Well, gather round and hear the tale. I got nothing.
$99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
I'll tell you this, the other nice thing is you don't have to have as many oil paints at all. Because they blend so easily, you just kind of naturally are going to get better at and work more on creating your own colors. They're naturally translucent, and they blend beautifully, so you're going to tend more towards just learning how to make the colors you want. There's another thing. If you're, again, just... And this sounds like saying, like, oh, well, if you're not really into painting, then use acrylics, which is not really what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, if you're a fan of the paint-by-numbers approach, which a lot of people are, the paint-by-numbers approach is very, very popular with Citadel, or rather, they popularized it, and it has gotten a lot more people painting than were before, because there are a lot of people out there who want painted minis, but don't necessarily want to learn dick about, like, color theory or composition. They just want to be like, tell me what to do to get the mini in the picture. And acrylic's great for that, and Citadel's paint style, I almost used the phrase dumbed down, how they simplified their heavy metal paint schemes is really fantastic for that. And like I said, it's got a lot more people painting than used to, and I think that is unarguably a good thing. Praetor Phoenix Paints, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, okay, so that's something I'm definitely noticing, pun expected, just across 4 minis, is that matching my colors precisely in oils is more complicated. It not more complicated, but it takes more concentration, certainly, and it's more difficult to do. You're gonna benefit from keeping a paint journal for oils more than you're gonna benefit from, like, people keep paint journals for acrylics anyway, but in oils I'm like, I probably need to if I'm gonna be doing armies in this. If you're not doing armies, if you're doing individual models, like, fuck it, do whatever. But like I said, they each have their strength, and I think that we're reaching a point now where it's reaching the popularity that those strengths are going to be explored and knowledge of them disseminated more widely, and that's only a good thing. That can only be a good thing. Trotsky DM, excellent to see you, man. How are you? You go binge watch The Sopranos, CO6 Operator, have fun. Sopranos is a good show. I haven't watched it since it actually ended. I watched the finale back when it aired, and then I was like, okay, that's enough. But it's a great show. And CO6 Operator, when you're done with The Sopranos, watch The Leftovers and The Americans. If you're in the mode right now for like serious, hard-hitting, high-quality dramas, watch The Leftovers and The Americans. Yeah, I've never been a paint diary guy myself, Coral, but with oils I'm starting to think, like, maybe I'll give it a shot, because replicating certain blends, like, it would be helpful for me to just have, like, this color, then a little bit of this one. Because I'm very willy-nilly with my paint jobs a lot of the time. But I do like them to be unified. And acrylics make that easy, because you're just like, well, you know, these are the colors. Paint by numbers, exactly as I was saying. If you're into the paint by numbers technique, which no one should feel anything shameful about that, it is a perfectly valid way to approach the hobby. Acrylics are a bit more friendly to that sort of style. Tony Soprano says, ideal role model for late in life. Oh no. Oh no. Tony Soprano was a... Tony Soprano wasn't even written to be a role model. He's fucked in his head, like hard. That is a portrait of a truly unwell man whose vision of who he should be conflicts greatly with who he is. Yeah, that's exactly it, Datron Voltari. Everything is presented from his point of view, which is why it can sometimes be glamorized, but you're also given insight into what it's like to be around him through the people in his life. And he has rare moments of introspection. I mean, that's the whole premise of the very important therapist subplot, which isn't even really a subplot, it's kind of the main plot of the series. And nothing ends particularly well. Sopranos is a great show, though. It must be kind of depressing as a writer, and this must happen to a lot of them based on what I've seen of pop culture, to write a character who's meant to be like a warning or a cautionary tale, and have pop culture respond to that character by idolizing them. That's like writing Natural Born Killers and then seeing a bunch of fucking edgy teenagers like playing Natural Born Killers, dressing up like them and talking like them and acting like them, and you're like, no, stop what you're doing. That was not the point. My brush is misbehaving, but I'm just using it because I'm kind of doing real broad movements at the moment. I'm just gonna ignore it. You do whatever you want, brush. We'll work around you. Really not a fan of these Artis Opus brushes, you guys. Really not a fan. I don't know. They just, they're okay. They're definitely not worth it for the price. I think the Game Envy ones are better. Yeah, exactly, Rich. Like, that was the point of it. And people take... They not only miss the point, they go right into the pitfall that it was trying to warn against. I left a little imperfection in this guy here. Now I didn't notice it until I got here, and I'm just gonna have to kind of paint over it and hope it's not too noticeable. Curse you, metal models. Now, Darkheart, that's an interesting point to make, and it's a mindset that I can sympathize with. But I'm going to caution. Caution's the wrong word. I'd like to present to you an alternate viewpoint, though, because I understand where you're coming from, and I understand what you're saying, and I understand it because I agreed with precisely what you're saying for a long time. Riot Sister showing up despite the fact that she said she wasn't gonna. Shouldn't you be on vacation?
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot Sister? I was really, really into hyper customization for a long time, and to say that I'm not now would be inaccurate. I still am. I enjoy customization of armies. I enjoy individualizing my paint schemes and my designs and even my models. I fell in love for a long time with the hyper customization idea. You know, the mindset of like, oh, well, you know, this individual trooper did something really cool in this battle, so let's give him a battle scar that represents what happened, or let's give him a special award on his model to represent how badass he... Like, I get it. But I wanna note something that only comes with... And don't, for the love of God, don't let this sound like I'm saying you're wrong to enjoy it, because that's not what I'm saying. If you derive enjoyment from micro customization of figures, then that's what you should be doing, because the whole point of this is to have fun. And I think that it's a mistake that people make, and they assume that we all are supposed to be having fun the same way, and we're not. We think that because we're all into the models and the war games that we should all be doing the same thing. No. We all might enjoy the same thing for different reasons, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's fantastic. That should be encouraged. We need that diversity in the hobby. But I'll tell you my viewpoint that has led me away from that, Darkheart. I have built a lot of multi-part figures. I have built a lot of multi-part figures. Oh my god, I have customized more Space Marines than I could possibly fucking count over the course of my my hobby career, if you will. And at a certain point, you've seen it all. At a certain point, you've heard every story. At a certain point, when the 30,000th person is like, well, let me tell you about this Space Marine who has this thing on it because this happened. And maybe it's just me becoming more cynical as I get older. Or not necessarily as I get older, just as I have more exposure to the hobby. But at a certain point, you're like, alright, shut up and roll the dice. Everybody cares a whole lot about the story that they write for their force. But outside of some truly great writers, and again, I don't want anyone to take this as an admonition of any sort, but outside of a handful of truly talented writers, nobody gives a shit. If you're playing like a campaign game with your buddies in your garage, that's a great time to get into that sort of granular individualization. But at the local game store, nobody cares. At the local game store, they want to set up, and honestly, the best stories that people have come up with for their armies have been the simplest for me. If you can rattle off the story of your army in like 3 sentences, I'll listen. And I'll be like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. If you can communicate a common theme with your army, an individual but common theme with your whole force, not with every model in this squad has a story, but more this army has a story. And when you look at the whole army, you can get a feel for that. Like, that's good. That works. People are going to be interested in that. And again, if you enjoy customizing every single figure, that's precisely what you should do. But the core of this is I built enough multi-part figures to know that they all fucking look the same. At the end of the day, they all wind up looking the same. There's only so many different ways you can build a Space Marine. Only so many ways you can combine the parts. And eventually you've seen them all. And it becomes more about the paint job, at least for me. It's why I've come to appreciate the single pose figures that Citadel has been doing lately more and more. But this is personal taste. Again, this is not to say that this is universally true. This is just where I've come around to from a similar mindset. And I really, really hope that that doesn't come off as me dismissing your passion or love for the individualization and the customization, because that is not what I'm trying to say or do. At no point is it my desire to shit on anyone's dream or to tell anyone that they're having fun the wrong way, unless they're having fun by, like, I don't know, killing people or something. In that case, yes, you are having fun the wrong way. I think I mostly say that, Darkheart, because I saw your remark about, like, I don't understand how other people can, well, it's good to understand. It's good to understand why some people are going to look at that and go, I don't care. And I think it's good to understand that just because we're all playing the same game, building the same models, painting the same models, involved in the same hobby, it's just important to keep in mind that we might all take something different from the same activity, you know? But that's good. That's positive. That's diversity. Real diversity. There you go, Darkheart. And it's not even necessarily that they're not an artist. They might just essentially be working in a different medium than you are. I think it's important to appreciate all the approaches. There's no wrong way to enjoy this hobby, ultimately. And I used to, like I said, I used to think and say a lot of the same things. I used to think to myself, like, oh, how could they possibly enjoy such and such? How could you possibly... I used to dig on, like, Ultramarines players and people who painted box schemes, studio schemes, and stuff like that. And it took years for me to get to a point where I started to really appreciate studio schemes and start to emulate them a little bit myself. And it took me years to understand, like, no, there's fun to be had here too, it's just that I'm looking for something different. Maybe all I'm looking to do is paint, and I really don't want to think that much at all about the individual story of my units or spend that much time coming up with a paint scheme. I just want to be handed some colors and then do my best job on those colors while making them my own at the same time. Sometimes I just want to play the game, you know? Sometimes I want to make an artistic statement. Sometimes I want to stretch my creative legs and come up with a story. And I still do that. But you're going to find also, Darkheart, that you're going to go through your own gyrations, your own journey as a painter, as an artist, as a gamer. And your tastes will change. I'm not going to say that they'll turn into mine, because those are mine. But they will evolve within the context of what you enjoy and what you take away from the game. Life is change. When you stop, you die. Better in building and customizing than painting. I feel you on that one, Darkheart. I feel very much the same way a lot of the time. Like, the building part, I'm better at it. And that's perfectly valid too, Ion Raptor. And also, it's worth noting some multi-part kits are better than others. I don't bemoan the loss of the old multi-part Space Marine kits, for instance, and I don't really give that much of a shit about the new ones, just because, man, once you built 100 Space Marines, you realize that no matter how you combine the pieces, they all wind up looking the same anyway. We've gotten better about that lately, though. The new multi-part kits are definitely better than the old ones. Yeah, and then there's Metalcore Collectibles multi-part kits, which are much more akin to just straight-up model kits. And what I found, too, is my tastes in what I want to build and what I want to paint will change. Like, once you've been doing it for a few years in a row, it's just, you know, it's the hobby, and you're into it, and you do it more or less constantly on some level all the time. You're going to be into different parts of it at different times. You'd spend a year customizing an army, and at the end of that, maybe what you want to do is, like, you want to keep painting, but you just want to, you know, grab some pre-posed figures and do a studio scheme for a little while, just to keep the juices flowing. There's value in all of it, and you're going to find that every painter out there is at a different part of their journey. That's kind of the magic of this hobby, is none of us are really, like, we can all kind of be doing the same thing, but none of us are ever really doing the same thing. We're all doing our own version of it, our own variation of it, based on our own whims. And therein lies the art. Therein lies the creativity, the individuality, the culture. And there are some people who just like painted minis and don't want to put any real thought into it, and bing, bang, boom, they're going to do studio schemes every time. There's nothing wrong with that either. Shit, there's a large contingent of people who don't give a crap if it's painted at all. There's definitely the people out there who are just here to play the game and shut the hell up about the paint jobs. Yeah, see, Roland, you're in a different place than you were now. And I'm always happy to at least try and help open people's mind up a little bit to the possibilities inherent in painting, in the imagination that goes into the appearance of these figures. I think it's fair to say that I love playing the games. I think that even the people who don't get into the painting probably should. And I only feel that way because that's what sets this hobby apart. If you really don't give a shit about paint jobs, about the appearance of the figures, there are video games that you could be playing. On some level, there must be some attraction to the miniature for you to even be involved in this hobby, on some level. And that's why I think that people should at least try to push themselves into painting. Because if you don't, you might be missing something. You might be missing something that you will wind up really, really loving. Stila Rebel, how are you doing today? Welcome in. Thank you so much for getting that shout out, Project Dark Fox. Speaking of talented oil painters, if you're not following Stila Rebel, you really should be. Fantastic streamer, fantastic painter. Very encouraging. Wouldn't leave me alone until I started doing oils, and now I'm gradually being forced to admit that certain things she said were right, as much as that wounds my ego. But you know, you have to be willing to admit that we're wrong from time to time. Just not all the time. I think I've fulfilled my quota for the month. How you doing over there, Steely? You keeping my Stein nice and full for me? Yeah, a lot of people have to swear. It's been an interesting year for the hobby as a result of quarantine. A lot of people have gotten into it who were not into it before. And like I said, paint streaming has taken off in a big way that it never did before, I think largely thanks to the quarantine. On some level, many of us paint streamers right now are waiting for the bubble to burst. I know I'm kind of waiting for that. I know a lot of other paint streamers are. We're all kind of the same opinion that, like, here in the near future, vaccines are going to be a lot more common, people are going to start going outside again, and our viewership's going to drop. I think it's to be expected. There's going to be a little bit of an exodus from Twitch, for that matter. I've been telling people, like, you know, if you're really looking for a camera, wait for the exodus. There's going to be a lot of people leaving Twitch all of a sudden. There's going to be a lot of cameras going up on eBay. Hasn't quite happened yet. I hope that's not the case. I just strongly suspect that it will be. Come in and keep an eye on Stein burglars. Yeah. How do you know this isn't pre-recorded, Steela? I could be taking it right now. I appreciate that, Hethrir. I'm hoping that the people who have come over to Twitch who weren't here before, the people who've become interested in painting that weren't before, I'm hoping that things have made enough of an impact on them and they are enjoying themselves enough that they'll stick with it. And not just drop it because suddenly you can go out to eat again. But I would also totally understand if people did that. For some reason, my point redemptions are not showing up in my stream chat log on Streamlabs OBS today. Hang on a second, I'm going to do a quick chat refresh and see if that fixes anything. It's still not showing them. That's literally never happened before, and I have no idea why it's happening now. But thank you so much for the hydration reminders, folks. I apologize if I miss any redemptions as a result of this, but yeah, for whatever reason, Streamlabs OBS just isn't showing them. But I'll tell you, part of this upcoming maintenance week. By the way, folks, if you don't know, the next 3 streams are for this upcoming week are not going to happen. We're taking a stream break for the next week. And we're going to be coming back next Tuesday. Some maintenance needs doing, and I think as part of that maintenance, we're going to be finally switching over to OBS Live. And it is my sincere hope that maybe that fixes the problem, since Streamlabs OBS has decided I don't deserve to have redemptions communicated to me anymore. Yeah, Steela, I hope that there are a lot of changes coming out of the pandemic. I think one of them is certainly that it has proven to many of us that something we suspected for a long time, which is most of these meetings could have been emails. As it turns out, yeah, they really fucking could have been. And I'm hoping that that truly carries over into the post-pandemic world and doesn't just get forgotten. And as part of that, I'm hoping people have more free time to spend on Twitch and painting. Oh, I'm also going to be getting some relaxation time in, Steela. Burnout is a very real thing, and I'll tell you what doesn't help it is pretending that it doesn't happen. And I need to do some maintenance. I have a number of things I need to catch up on around the property, in 3D modeling and on the stream. And if I was trying to do that while also streaming next week, like, I feel myself on the precipice of, like, uh-oh. I'm gonna fire up a stream in a week or so, and I'm not gonna be having fun. And I don't want to come to that point. I just want to give myself a few minutes to get things in order. A lot of it just comes from, there's so many things that's like, oh, I need to fix that, oh, I need to do that, oh, I need to change over to this thing, and I'm like, well, I'll put that off until after the next stream. Well, that's not helpful. So take a little bit of time and just get them done, you know? Pre-game the burnout. There you go. Oh, I like that. You should make that a saying. Pre-game the burnout. Just learn when it's coming. Learn your own limitations. Do the same thing for painting too. I tell people on here all the time, like, when you're not feeling it, when the paint inspiration just isn't coming, don't force it. That is you burning out. And if you try to just push through the burnout, you're gonna have a bad time. As with all advice, this is not necessarily applicable to everyone. You may have your own way of dealing with it. But generally speaking, if you give yourself the time to cool down, relax, think about something else, do something else, you're going to do better work when you come back. You're not just going to continue, you're going to do better work when you come back. And also be the weird, yes. We came up with a few sayings in the last few days, Steela, that I think are pretty good. Yeah, it's a funny thing, Datron Voltari, too, because I know I've mentioned on here before, the internet is a bit of a double-edged sword when it comes to mental health for miniature painting, because on the one hand, it gives us the opportunity to share our work with so many people, which I think can be very good for us with the right mindset. On the other hand, it gives us the opportunity to share our work with so many other people, which can be very harmful with the wrong mindset. So you have to learn to regulate yourself. Learn what's true for you. And don't force it. I think that's also something that's true, just generally speaking, of the last year, Acrostor, is a lot of people have learned a lot about self-care over the course of the last year. And I think a lot of people have learned that, like, they've been ignoring their own self-care prior to catastrophic world events. And disappointingly, it's almost like it takes catastrophic world events for us to realize that we're hurting ourselves. Which seems crazy. But it's true. If something good can come from all this, then I hope that that's one of the things. And we put expectations on ourselves. Everybody in chat has said something to this effect at some point. That's why it's a subject that comes up a lot for me. We put these expectations on ourselves. I want to be painting more. Oh, I want to finish this army. I want to finish that. Blah 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 blah. It's not that having goals is bad, but it's all in how you frame them. And many of us allow our goals to become the very things that then cause our procrastination. And that's not the point. You need to also be willing and able to let go of those goals should they become effectively toxic. Remember what you're doing it for. And if you're not having fun, stop. Just stop. It's okay to stop. It's okay to let go of projects. It's okay. I think it's healthy, particularly in this hobby, when the inspiration was there for some project that you were working on and it's just not there anymore. It's healthy to look at that, sitting on your shelf of shame, as we call it, which is unhealthy in and of itself, and just go, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm never gonna finish that project. It's just not gonna happen. Let it go. That's not to say this is always the answer. Sometimes you leave it for a long time, and then one day you look at it and you're like, you know what? Now's the time. So I'm not saying throw out your old projects. But if you look at a project and you ask yourself if you feel any passion for it, and the answer is truly no, it can also be good for you to just get rid of it. Or what I've been trying to do more and more is move the project to someone who wants it, someone who is passionate about it, somebody who's going to use it. The army, the model, the whatever it is. Find someone who wants it and put it in their hands, because it's always a shame to me to see plastic that isn't being enjoyed. Someone out there will love it. And though they deserve to be together, don't they? Yeah, I was also in the unique position, Stila, of, like... The early part of the lockdowns didn't affect me, like, at all. Like, at all. I was already a curmudgeonly, antisocial, isolated assbag of a person. So the early lockdowns, I'm like, haha, now you all get to do what I'm doing anyway. But even for me, it's gone on long enough that I'm like, ooh boy, it's driving me a little nuts. So I'm glad that my vaccine has officially kicked in. I'm glad that things are easing up a little bit, though I still recognize the need for caution. But I honestly feel for the people who were not in my position, who have been negatively affected by all of this, much more than I have been. I like to think that my stream has been something of a help to some of those people. I would like to say that there are people out there who have been strongly negatively affected by all of these things that have found some solace in being able to hang out with us 3 times a week and talk about painting models and learning new skills and exploring their art. That would be the ideal for me. And if my stream were to end at the same time that the pandemic ends, in the same sense that it began almost at exactly the same time the pandemic really kicked up, and it helped people get through it, that would be enough for me. That would be mission accomplished. I did a good thing for that period of time. I'd be totally satisfied. Just envious that Chaotic got all your Tau. Terribly, terribly. I still have a bunch of fucking metal croup that I intended to paint at one point that are just sitting on a shelf. But see, that's part of that self-assessment. Like, I'm not going to send the croup out to anybody because I know that that desire may return because I love those figures. Other figures, some of my Chaos Space Marines and stuff, I'm like, I'm never going to do that. That can go to somebody else. Marie Kondo of hobby painting, yeah. Have nothing that does not bring you joy or serve a purpose. I like to think, White Wolf, that that's another part of this. God, Kursala, I feel that. I like to think that's another part of this, though, is that at the end of this year, where people have been picking up hobbies and painting and armies and getting stuff done, that maybe there is going to be a grand, like, and now, after spending a year doing this, I get to take this army and actually put it on a table. That's going to feel good. It's been a good year to learn how to paint, I'll tell you that much. Been a good year to start new projects. And finish them. Oh yeah, my social life has barely changed at all. I'll tell you what has changed is, the biggest one for me, and this is gonna sound just like so... check your privilege, bro. Going out to eat. I love going out to eat. I love going out to eat. Oh, with the tiny stein. Now Steel Rebel's stealing my fucking post-stream relaxation rituals. I see how it is, Steela. No, fine, you just take it. You do whatever you want. I'm gonna have words for you. I mean, shit, this year I learned that I enjoy, I guess, you know, I say this year, I'm referring to the broad 2023 through to 2021 category here, but I've learned that I like streaming. I think it's weird. I did start it like right before everything really kicked off for lockdowns and social changes. Started at just the right time because cameras shot up in price almost immediately after that. You might not guess that I'm as antisocial as I am based on this stream, but I fucking hate people. That's my hyperbole acting up again. I don't hate people. I just, I don't know. I interact with people in a weird way. Like, I like going to pop culture conventions. I like going to pop culture conventions in costumes with further stipulation that I'm in a costume with a full head, helmet, or mask. I'm sure a therapist would have a field day with that one. But I love doing that. I like going to conventions in, like, Jason Voorhees, you know, with my latex hood and all that stuff. Going as Judge Lex was always a good time. And yeah, I love going out to eat. As I said, I'm a fairly hedonistic person. And part of that is that I love a good meal at a good restaurant. I like the experience of it. And that is something that I have truly missed over the last year. Doesn't beer get warm in the shower? Not if you drink it quick enough. What we learned today is the Thunderhead orchestrated the pandemic. Oh god, no. You're gonna get me killed. You know what? I'll give you one singular piece of evidence that you cannot deny to prove that that is not true. Are you ready? I'm not smart enough. I'm just not. Nobody would ever believe that. Yep. Told you. That's just what you want people to believe. See, O'Coral has nailed the real truth of it. I started this stream over a year ago with the express intent of essentially crafting an alibi, whereas I'm too much of a bumbling fucking buffoon to be responsible. Damn it, you got me. If I really wanted to paint myself as an idiot, I would be talking more about how much I like The Big Bang Theory. I'm sorry to any fans of The Big Bang Theory out there. Not that sorry, but a little bit sorry. Matt Yee, ladies and gentlemen, proving once and for all that Caps Lock is, in fact, cruise control for cool. How you doing, Matt Yee? Could we get a quick shout out for Matt Yee? Very talented painter, very, very entertaining streamer. There are plenty of talented painters here on Twitch. A surprising number of people who really know their game as far as putting paint on the model, but I have to say there are not as many who are also really good, entertaining, engaging streamers. Matt Yee falls onto the... He falls into the lemon of that Venn diagram there. Certified lemon. You know, you gotta take what you can get in this crazy world of ours. Oh, I missed something. No. I'll say, I do truly, and in the deepest part of me, loathe The Big Bang Theory and everything about it. But I don't want to alienate anybody who might like it. I'll just say that is absolutely my reason for not going off on it, because you know what? I know it's a popular show. And if you watch that show and you enjoy it and you have a good time, I don't want you to feel like I'm singling you out. Because I'd feel bad if I went into a stream and somebody was like, everybody who likes Pacific Rim is a butthole. I'd be like, oh, it's not that bad, man. So we're not gonna pick on anybody. I do hate the show, though. No, that's why we have forced compliment, but not forced insult. Though I will say that if you try to force compliment me on Big Bang Theory, I'm just not going to do it. I don't care. Also, I can't see my redemptions tonight for whatever reason, so what are you going to do? I mean, you're just right on that one, Acristar, and that's something that I will fucking fight people over. I love Pacific. I watched Pacific Rim again last night, just while I was painting. I just put it on and I watched the whole goddamn movie while I was working on my Nemesis. And I also, like, for the first time since it came out, I tried to rewatch parts of Pacific Rim 2 a couple days ago, and I couldn't fucking do it. You know what? Let that be the indicator of just how much I loathe that film. I am in no way concerned. On no level am I concerned about alienating fans of Pacific Rim 2 on this stream. If you like Pacific Rim 2, there's something wrong with your fucking brain. It's a shit fest. It's a turd sandwich that nobody even cut the fucking crust off of. Someone came up to me and said, I like eating human poop. I would be no kinder to them. Actually, I might. That at least feels like, well, maybe that's just your thing, man. I don't know. Yeah, but see, I don't believe you, Matt Yee. Like, Like, if you could make me believe that you believed what you said, you would prompt an actual response from me. But I don't believe you. Hey, I just saw one of my redemptions. I'll be damned, it actually works sometimes. Include your old, let's get started. I mean, you don't have to force me to compliment Robot Jocks. I mean, Robot Jocks is honestly, I wish that I remembered to use this clip more often. Part of my maintenance week, this upcoming next week, is going to be going over my Stream Deck clips and trying to become a bit more regular with using them. But yeah, you're talking about this one, and Kursala's been bugging me for a long time to work in the Pacific Rim version of this. And I agree, I need to. Okay, I haven't seen Real Steel. I've recently been told that I should watch Real Steel, but I have not. I'll tell you, you know what? I'll say something about Robot Jocks I don't think I've said on this stream before. Maybe I have, and you can chide me if I've already said it. The movie overall is not super well written. I'm talking about Robot Jocks. It's fairly shallow, but in the first act of the movie, there are a number of details that indicate that somebody wanted to put more effort into the writing, and it just sort of got left by the wayside as the writing or the editing went on, maybe? And specifically, I'm talking about some of the early shots with, like, Jeffrey Combs, when they're focusing on the crowds that go to watch the Robot Jocks fights. When you see Jeffrey Combs and his buddy, who ironically are wearing, you know, face masks, though I think in that context it's more because the atmosphere is super polluted than disease is particularly rampant. But there's just these little Paul Verhoeven-esque details in... Oh, no, you're right, it's Sumitha. I'm sorry, Kursala, it's Sumitha. Yeah, Pacific Rim, they do the... Have you not... Is it you that hasn't seen Pacific Rim, Kursala? Speaking of which, movie night's gonna be this Saturday on the Discord. I realized this week that next Saturday is actually next month. Not next, you know, the Saturday after the upcoming Saturday is next month. So this upcoming Saturday is, we are going to do movie night. And we're going to be watching Pacific Rim, and I have not announced the second movie yet. If you want to come to this upcoming movie night, it's going to be my birthday month movie night, so I'm picking the movies, and it might be insufferable, because I'm going to be like, let's watch one scene from Pacific Rim, and now let's pause it, and let's talk about the themes in it. Like, it's going to be a bit like that. So, I mean, if you're into that sort of discussion, please show up. You're absolutely welcome. I'd love to hear your opinions. But yeah, we're definitely going to be doing that. I don't want it to drag on so long that all we do is watch Pacific Rim and talk about it, but that also might be what happens. Like Achilles saying he can't read, but his brother has the... Yeah, exactly, to Square. You're picking out, like, exactly the scene I'm talking about. It's the fact that Achilles can't read, but he is a robot jock. That he is, you know, the champion. All the posters around the town that they're in talking about how, postnatal care is the coolest thing ever. Like, trying to sell being pregnant as something that is fashionable and encouraged. It gives you this feeling that they never talk about in the movie, but you're like, oh, there's a population problem. Oh, okay, there's this background world building that goes on that just gets, like, dropped by the second act of the movie. There's the remark that Achilles can't read. There's all the, like, pregnancy propaganda in the environment. There is, I think one of my favorite jokes in the movie that, again, just the concept just gets left behind so quickly, where Achilles goes over to his brother's house and his wife greets him. His brother's wife greets him, and you know, she's pregnant. And she's got like 5 kids, and he's like, oh, another one, huh? And she's like, yeah, you know, we're doing our part. And they're talking about how excited they are to have Achilles over for dinner, how it's a big deal. And she's like, oh yeah, we really pulled out all the stops. We're having real meat tonight. And he, fucking Gary Graham, like, kind of peers over, just like looking into the pot she has on the stove, and in the pot's like this big, and in it is just like some beans and a single fucking like beef frank. Just like floating in the beans. And it's funny. It's a dark sort of humor, and it's, in my opinion, very clever in that Paul Verhoeven sort of way. And by the second act of the movie, it's just gone. It's just gone. The writing has shifted entirely to focus on the Gene Jocks and the fight against Alexander, and a lot of that gets lost. And I think it's a shame, because it's some of my favorite detailing in the movie, and it's decent world building. So there's my forced compliment about Robot Jocks that I don't think I've said before. Yeah, that seems right to Square. That it was meant to be much darker, but it comes across as just like a sports movie. It plays out like a sports movie. And it shouldn't have been. It had a lot of potential to be a much darker take on the future. But it's like, after that one scene with the family, they don't really talk about the pregnancy again. They don't really talk about the food shortages again. They don't really bother mentioning that Achilles is, you know, that most people are poorly educated. the fact that people were paying to be in the stands where Achilles fell into as part of his big fall from grace, the fact that there were people there at all should tell you something about the state of the world. People are amusing themselves by paying money to be physically present for big robots punching each other in the goddamn face, and this is the only thing they care about. As they are theoretically fighting wars for far-off territories that these people will never see or benefit from. You're right, Pokemon are tiny kaiju. My only issue with Pacific Rim is how the heck do they stand in the water? You know what? I'll give you Acrostor. There are a few issues like that in Pacific Rim that are very much like, shut up, it doesn't matter. Kinda issues. The, like, let's just move on and not ask questions kinda issues. That they're very much rule of cool. Yeah, you gotta strain your imagination. And this is something I'm gonna point out, too, when we watch it. When we watch it this Saturday, I'm gonna make a note of the things that don't make any sense, because there are some things that don't make any fucking sense. That's one of them. But again, that's done for rule of cool. One of the biggest ones is one of the coolest scenes in the movie, when Gypsy Danger comes walking down. You got Otachi is digging into the kaiju shelter, and it's one of the coolest individual shots in the movie. You just hear that Tom Morello guitar riff come into the background. You hear the whoom, the foghorn, and then you hear and you're like, oh fuck! And Gypsy is just walking down the street like this, and there's a fucking shipping boat, you know, a container ship, just held under, like, by one hand. And just and you're like, oh fucking shit, he's gonna beat him with a ship. It makes no sense. You couldn't even pick up a container ship like that by one end. The ship would disintegrate because it's not designed like that at all. It makes no fucking sense. And you just have to look at that and go, yeah, but it's so fucking cool. Similarly, it doesn't make any sense that Gypsy Danger does. That's the thing. All of those things that are like, well, this doesn't make any sense. They all have an explanation. You can always look at something specific in the movie and go, that's why they did it. It's never like, that doesn't make any sense and I don't know why they do that. It's always very, very obvious why they chose to do it. The boat, it's fucking awesome, is why. The standing up out of the water and standing off the Miracle Mile, like, it's because it's cool. You know why? It's because they did it in War of the Gargantuas. That's why it's there. The use of the sword. The fact that Gypsy Danger doesn't deploy the sword until it's being carried into the upper atmosphere by a winged kaiju doesn't make any sense. Like, they should have been using the sword the whole damn time. You can make arguments for why they didn't, or he didn't know, but they're all pretty flimsy. And the ultimate reason is because Mako Mori needed that amazing shot when she deploys the sword and says, "For my family," and proceeds to bisect a kaiju in midair in one of the coolest poses in the whole damn movie. Like, that's why it happens. And, I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. These are artistic sacrifices of realism, and it's for a movie where the core premise of, hey, there are these big robots and big monsters already doesn't make any sense. So it's not like they're really breaking any rules. I say the same thing about Battletech. The second that you introduce the premise of the big machine that stands on two legs, most common sense went out the window anyway. And all you really need to hold on to past that point is loose plausibility. And have a reason to do the things that you're doing. And Guillermo always had a reason. What? This is like the poppiest synth I've ever heard. And I don't like it. Go away. Yeah, even that's questionable, Trotsky. Like, the utility of a combat walker is very questionable, even once you get past the physics of it. There's just not... Like, if we're talking realism for realism's sake, there just isn't that much that a walking combat robot can do that a tank can't do while being easier to maintain and cheaper to build. Like, you have to accept that that's never going to happen on the same level that we all have to accept that starfighters are never going to happen. Even if we reach a point where we have a need for something roughly equivalent to a starfighter, machines will fly them. We'll never fly them. It's just not gonna. Exactly, pun expected. Tanks can't punch. And particularly within the context of Pacific Rim, and again, I'm going to talk about all this on Saturday. Particularly within the context of Pacific Rim, so much of the story is metaphorical. Or allegorical, arguably. I don't think as much allegorical as just metaphorical. That it's... The Jaegers... That's falling right in with what I was saying about the other parts that don't make sense. There's a very good reason that the Jaegers all look like big people. And it's because they're supposed to be us. It wouldn't really work for the themes if the Jaegers didn't look like people. Because ultimately the story is about human beings standing up to the things in life. And not just human beings, it's about humanity standing up to the things that individual humans can't defeat. To the problems in the world that are too big for us. And the metaphors are very on the nose. He says it right in the beginning of the movie. There's some things in life you can't fight. See a hurricane coming, you've got to get out of the way. But when you're in a Jaeger, suddenly you can fight the hurricane, and you can win. And the Jaeger is a great big metaphor for motherfucking teamwork. And it's not just teamwork in the context of that movie, it's also support. It's accepting one another. That's the whole nature of the drift. And I've heard people criticize the movie by saying, like, oh, the drift is dumb. People gotta merge their minds. This is just stupid. And I feel like, did they not understand the message, the theme there? That you have to not only open yourself up to someone, you have to trust other people. Like, really trust them in a way that you can't fake, in a way that extends all the way down to the deepest part of you. You have to open yourself up. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to really believe in them. And then you become like one person. And the Jaegers go beyond that because it's not just becoming one with your co-pilot. The Jaegers are built by international cooperation, by huge teams of workers. Guillermo's also always very, very careful to show the maintenance crews and the arming crews, and the Jaegers are everyone working together, everyone doing their part. Not everyone can stand up and fight. Not everyone's skill is throwing punches. Not everyone's skill is being on the front line. Some people's skill lay in logistics or construction or support or what have you, and those people are just as vital. And it's when all these pieces move as one, which again is what the Jaeger is. It is all of these pieces moving as one. We can do things that no one of us can do by ourselves. We are more than the... You know what? I'll take that, Roland. By our powers combined, but I would take it a little bit further, and I would say that it can be summed up in the saying, we are more than the sum of our parts. We are vastly more than the sum of our parts. Well, Asri, in the context of the movie, I think the message is that boarding up your house real well won't always work. Running away from those problems won't save you. Sometimes you have to punch the hurricane. It's not a perfect metaphor. Oh, you're talking about shutting the breach. Okay, Asri, you have to completely ignore the second movie and the show, because the artistic vision of the film Pacific Rim is contained within the minds of Guillermo del Toro and Travis Beecham. And everything after that is just bullshit and should be ignored. It's sort of like watching Psycho Pass Season 1 and then Season 2, where Season 1, like, ends the story, and then Psycho Pass Season 2 is like, oh, never mind, all the characters changed their minds and they got bigger guns now. And it's like, just pretend that didn't happen because it has nothing to do with the message of the first one. Nothing at all. There is no theme. No honest theme to Pacific Rim Uprising that is not just sort of co-opted, borrowed, and stolen from better artists. And see, yeah, Acrostor, that would have been much better. I think I told you, I think I've said on this stream, I'll just say it again, I was writing a better version of Pacific Rim Uprising in my mind as I sat there watching the movie than what was actually delivered to us on screen. I thought, as I sat there watching it, that I knew what the ending was going to be. When I saw Scrapper, you know, the little junk Jaeger that the girl built, when I got the idea that, oh, okay, so they're going to do the drone Jaeger thing, just like they did the drone Avas in Evangelion. Okay, I see. So what I thought was going to happen was, and bear with me for a moment, if you will, was they'd build the drone Jaegers. Okay, the drone Jaegers were going to have kaiju brains in them or whatever. Okay, this all makes sense to me. Yeah, of course people would try to do that. The drone Jaegers would activate, and they would completely annihilate the PPDC. Just fucking wipe it out. Maybe a bunch of... It doesn't really matter, but, you know, maybe a bunch more portals open up. Maybe something like that. That's all bullshit. That has nothing to do with the themes. Those are just the particulars of the story beats. But what I thought then was going to happen was that all of the PPDC Jaegers would be destroyed except maybe one. Maybe your hero Jaeger. Maybe Gypsy Avenger survives. Busted up, but still functional. Then, the lesson here would be the people of the world, among whom Jaeger technology has disseminated as a common tech, would rise up. There would be an uprising. The Jaegers that had been built as pirate Jaegers to prey on other humans, the Jaegers that had been built for criminals, the Jaegers that were being used for fighting pits in seedy parts of the world, would all find that common purpose. The militarized Jaegers would be wiped out because the militarized Jaegers were a part of an organization that had lost its purpose. Jesus Christ, Acrostar. I thought the message was going to be that the militarized PPDC had lost its purpose because it had turned Jaegers to the purpose of policing other people, and that was a mistake. That's not what Jaegers were for. Jaegers were for saving people. Jaegers were for fighting the fucking hurricane, not each other. And as that military organization was annihilated by its own hubris and its own... the fact that its reach wildly exceeded its grasp, and that its intent had become perverted after the loss of Stacker Pentecost. That all the little individual people around the world with their junk Jaegers, or their stolen Jaegers, or their salvaged Jaegers would again, like I said, find that common purpose in defending mankind, in doing what Jaegers were always meant to do. And there would be a team of ragtag Jaegers with ragtag fucking Rangers who didn't even like each other. Not even a little bit. And they'd come together out of nowhere, and without the PPDC at all, they would fight back against primarily the drone Jaegers, I would think. Like, I wouldn't even bother necessarily bringing more than a kaiju into that storyline. Maybe have one of the drone Jaegers mutate into a kaiju. But mostly drone Jaegers. Fight them. Beat them. Demonstrate heart. Show that it's not about your military muscle, it's about all of us working together. This would have kept with the themes of the original film. And then I watched the movie, and I was like, oh, never mind. It even makes more sense with the title of the film, doesn't it? Uprising? Anybody? See, Roland, that's the thing. It makes sense in a very cynical, realistic context that Jaegers would be used against other human beings. It's not something that you can ignore for the purpose of storytelling, because yes, absolutely, it's the first thing we would do, is we would turn Jaeger technology into a military weapon, even though it doesn't make any sense, and even though tanks would be more cost-effective. Within the universe, it's impossible to pretend that we wouldn't. So that's why you have to show that happening, and then show it biting us in the ass through the drone Jaegers. Be like, oh, that was a mistake. Because people wanted to use the technology of the Jaeger, but they wanted to use it without the human component. They were like, what if we just had a slave brain that could take all the load from us and we didn't need the pilots? And the answer to that question has to be, it will destroy you. The answer to that question has to be that it was never the technology that was special, it was the people. Gypsy Danger by itself is a worthless hunk of metal, or at worst, it's a weapon that can be turned against you. Gypsy Danger with Mako and Raleigh in it, that's something else. Gypsy Danger piloted by Mako and Raleigh is a hero. Gypsy Danger piloted by Mako and Raleigh is the communal will of mankind rising up to save itself from impossible circumstances. Gypsy Danger piloted by Mako and Raleigh is the will to survive. It is the refusal to accept our own annihilation in the face of the apocalypse. And that's not the same thing as subjugation or law enforcement. And I'm left to believe, based on what actually happened with the second film, that these, what are to me very simple, very straightforward, very easy to pick up on themes, were completely fucking missed by everyone who produced it and wrote for it. By Stephen S. fucking DeKnight, by John fucking Boyega, by the goddamn Chinese conglomerate that bought Legendary Pictures in between the making of the two films, and just took a big ol' whiz right into the face of my imagination. I liked Obsidian Fury. Now, Drakkar, you could totally keep it. In fact, I think Obsidian Fury fits into that storyline perfectly. Because Obsidian Fury would be the pilot program for the kaiju-brained Jaeger, and people would think that Obsidian Fury was being piloted by people, much like until in the film when they find out that, oh, Obsidian Fury has a kaiju brain in it, just like the drone Jaegers, and then you have Obsidian Fury being sort of like the ringleader or the center of the hive mind. In fact, have Obsidian Fury be essentially the kaiju that you fight. Have it at a certain point mutate into something much more animalistic. I think there's something to the fact that the two most effective Jaeger pilots are the ones... Oh, absolutely, Trotsky, absolutely. I think that the pairing... I think that the movie makes the point that Raleigh was a better pilot after he lost his brother than he was at sort of the height of his career. I think the movie makes the point that the real strength that Mako and Raleigh had together lay in their pain, lay in the fact that they were both broken, that neither one of them was capable of standing on their own, that each one of them found a strength that neither of them had individually in each other. Learning for each of them that they don't have to stand on their own. They can stand together. Their pain unified them. Their loss galvanized them. And it made them stronger together than they ever were apart. Raleigh and his brother were drift compatible because of the common experience of their life in the most superficial sense. They were brothers and they went through the same experiences. But there's a message in the fact that Mako Mori and Raleigh Beckett could not be more different superficially. They grew up in different parts of the world, different genders, different life experiences. But they both lost something. They were both broken down to the point where they didn't feel like they could stand on their own. Where they felt inadequate and they felt fear. And then they found acceptance in one another. I think it's very telling that it was Raleigh who initiated the rabbit when they drifted the first time and Mako got lost in her memory. She was not the first one to fall out of alignment, Raleigh did. Raleigh fell into the memory of losing his brother, and that memory, as different as it was, triggered Mako's memory of losing her family. She spent the rest of her life looking up to Stacker Pentecost as her savior. But ultimately he wasn't. He was in that moment, and he was for her as a child, but she had to be her own savior. She and Raleigh had to become more than that. I think it's actually a pretty clever and powerful movie about loss and pain, and I don't think it gets enough credit. And how just because you've lost something, just because you are broken, doesn't mean you can't be whole again. Or just because you think you're broken doesn't mean you really are. Just because the world says you are doesn't make it true. I love that movie. Ramzoos, how you doing, my man? Welcome in. I mean, for Christ's sake, I don't know how much more direct Guillermo del Toro could possibly fucking be than the scene after they fall out of drift alignment, when everything is all just completely fucked, and each of them is thinking, like, this is never gonna work, and then Raleigh and Mako sit down in the hangar bay together in front of Gypsy Danger, and they have a touching heart-to-heart where they're really honest with each other. And at the same time, the construction crew is removing the chest plate from Gypsy Danger and exposing the reactor core that is letting out this glowing, warm light that encompasses both of them. And Mako Mori fucking says the words, her heart, when's the last time you saw it? Like, I don't know how much harder Guillermo can beat you over the goddamn head with the themes he's trying to get across here. Literally everyone is exposing their true heart in that moment. Something else was glowing, Acrister. I assume they're working lights. The reactor was not active. He's dealing in metaphors. Bathing in radiation. That's a much darker story, that one. Yeah, exactly, Drakari. He literally just says that. He's like, yeah, this is... Again, like, it's not a subtle movie. It is in no... I think that's part of why it got kind of panned, was people... You know, I blame the M. Night Shyamalans and the Christopher Nolans of the world for their brief moments of popularity when they convinced the American film-going public that if a movie wasn't trying to trick you, it wasn't smart. Or if a movie wasn't trying to bamboozle you or twist you, it was doing something wrong. And it's not. Nothing in Pacific Rim is trying to trick you. Nothing in Pacific Rim is trying to make you feel stupid, or get one over on you, or twist you. It's wearing what it's saying on its fucking sleeve. It's trying desperately to tell you that you're more than you think you are. It's trying desperately to inspire you to believe in yourself and to trust people. And if you're so goddamn, like, if the goddamn cynical pseudo-nihilist that I am can take this message away from the movie, I don't know how jaded or dead inside you have to be to not get it. I don't know who has to have hurt you or how for you to look at that movie and go, this is stupid, I'm smarter than this. Like, well, of course you are. It's like, it's not trying to fool you. Nobody's trying to fool you. Calm down. No, Steela, you cannot say that. Your request has been denied. No, really, though, thank you. Stila, have you seen the Nemesis? I'm working super slow tonight. I'm sorry, I've gotten distracted talking about Pacific Rim and bullshit, and my paint has been I've been going really slowly. So I'm not going to completely finish tonight, but we've made some good work. I'll probably finish late tonight when I get up for my second paint session. Yeah, Roland. So, I'm hoping over the course of this rest week to finish, completely finish, because I've mostly finished, updating the old Hextech files to the new Universal system. As we began discussing the concept of Hextech Universal, of having all of the buildings attached to separate hex bases with magnets in such a way that you can, use them either for hexed or not. A few design features sort of emerged from that. One, I wanted to standardize them so that every single building with a certain footprint would all use the same base. So, okay, if I'm gonna do that, I need to stop and go back into the catalog and do it now, so that everything moving forward will be able to conform to the same standard without having too many people who buy the files and then wind up having to reprint them, or selling too many physical prints that are like, oh, well, these aren't compatible with the new stuff. Trying to avoid that, even though we came up with the idea late. So I stopped and I went back, and I have been redoing Drop-Based Delta, the FluidWorks expansion, and all of Trinity City to conform to the new standard for Hextech Universal. And as part of that, I've been updating the older files that we did last year with with tricks and methods that I've learned over the course of the last year to improve the way that they print, the way that they function, to take the very obvious hex markings that I have on the buildings and integrate them in a more clever way so they're still obvious, but they don't look bad if you're playing hexless. So it's not the sexiest process, being like, oh, I spent the last few weeks working on files that we've already been selling for a year and that we're essentially just going to be giving away to everybody who already owns them. But it's more important to me that the Hextech product line be properly supported, and that those of you who have been kind enough to support us over the last year are getting the value that you deserve out of the support that you've given us. So, I have been doing that, and as part of that, I have been developing, as well as updating the old Trinity City downtown structures, I have been developing new buildings to add to the lineup, so that you're going to be getting, okay, here's the updated version of the old buildings, with both visual and mechanical updates, and also some new buildings on top of that. And then, so those should be coming out at the same time, and finished at the same time, and then I'll be able to get back to work on the other expansions. But I think you probably see what I mean. Like, if I was going to do that, I needed to stop and go back and make sure that we did it right. I really don't want there to be a situation where it's like, oh, I bought these files, but they're not good anymore because the new stuff's better and I gotta buy the... I don't want to do that. I want you to be happy with what you've received, and I want you to continue to be happy with the way that it's supported. But here you go, Stila. Here's the Nemesis, which, this is, I'm calling this one good at this point. I've reached the point where I'm like, could I do more? Yes. Do I want to do more for a tabletop war game figure? No, this is solid. But I'm pretty happy with how the lights and the glow have come out on the Nemesis. I need to do his weapons still. And I love the fact that most of his ass is just 4 big engines. This is such a... Oh, these... Okay, these are not part of the figure, White Wolf. These exist just so that, because this is a heavy metal figure, at least this is mostly resin, but parts of it are metal. These are only here to attach it better to my magnetic painting handle. These come off. But I've got a big washer under there to give some more weight to the figure, to weight it down a little bit better. But then I've got, and I'm going to be doing these probably next week. But all these resin magnetized weapons I need to put a paint job on, and these, you got this little weapon mount on his arm here, and these just kind of go click on like that. Or in the case of the Nemesis, he gets these little fusion blades, and they just kind of go click. Like that. And then you can swap your weapons as you like. And they'll probably wear the paint off the connection points, but whatever. I haven't played Doom Eternal, Ramzoos, but they've always had good visual design for those Doom games. Yeah, companies in general are allergic to selling STLs. They're allergic to anything that they can't guarantee they're making maximum money off of all the time, and I think it's a mindset that's going to hurt them, and I wish that they would get past it. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Gloss varnish over the connection points, like that's why I'm trying not to connect them too many times until I've had a chance to fully varnish everything. Metal figures, man, you gotta protect them. Hey, Thick Mike. How you doing, man? They sell packs of the weapons in metal, but it's like... And there are the equivalent of the fucking Battletech grognards who when you go, I could just 3D print that, they're like, yeah, but then you're not supporting the company. Pay money for inferior figures just because it's how it's been done for always. And I'm like, that's just such a fucking stupid mindset. Like, it makes sense to a point when you want to support a company that's been really, really cool to its fans, but I feel like CGL has not been. Excuse me. But you wind up with the same people for Privateer Press who are like, oh, just buy a bunch more jacks and glue them and don't bother magnetizing. And I'm like, fuck you. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. The one thing that I won't do, and this is because, I'll tell you right now, what I do with my 3D files depends largely on the reception that they get from the parent companies. CGL, arguably through Tops, so maybe not them directly, have been fairly hostile towards 3D printers. And so I have a very like, screw you, I'm going to 3D print everything attitude towards it. Privateer Press has not been bad. Privateer Press, when I first posted the pictures of my resin-printed weapons, there was a response from one of their designers, Doug Hamilton. He is a 3D designer who works for Privateer Press, who was like, well, we make money by selling these things, man. You can't just give them away. And we had a conversation. And they have been actually very cool about it. Because I don't want to take money away from Privateer Press. That's not my intention. I understand that they have to make money. They have to support the game so that it can continue to get rules written for it. And I believe that when you buy into a war game, when you buy the models on a certain level, you're not just buying the models. I do believe this. You're not just buying the models, you are supporting the game, and the money that you put into buying the figures and the supplements ensures that the game can continue to have those intangible assets like playtesting, like, the existence of a standardized rule set, like tournament rules, like prize support, like official tournaments, like all these things cost money, and if there isn't money in the line, then those things aren't going to happen. So I'm like, okay, I get this. So I talked to them, and I was just like, so what are you comfortable with? Like, well, we can't stop you from distributing them generally. We would just ask, and this is the important part to me. Privateer Press just said we would ask that you not make these files generally available. Like, don't put them up on Thingiverse where anybody can look them up and download them. Because ultimately, it is an identical copy of a product that we're selling. And I'm like, okay. They're not going to be dicks about it. They're not going to come after me or anything like that. They just don't want me posting them someplace you can download them freely. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. That makes sense. So my policy on it has just been like, I want you to buy the jacks, I want you to pay for the weapon packs, and what I don't want you to do is drive yourself crazy drilling a bunch of metal. So if you got the model, and you got a printer, and you have the weapons, and you'd rather just print these ones that I have, then boom, they're yours. I give them. I don't charge any money for them. I would not. They're not my design. And I want the things that I make for Warcaster to not impinge on sales of Warcaster, but to encourage sales. To supplement official product, not to replace it. Because I like the game. And because their attitude towards me was not trying to swing a cease and desist letter at me, it was just talking to me, and I really appreciate that. They were cool. They still have some connection to their roots. Oh, he thought it was cool. Like, just on a purely artistic level, he thought it was cool. We got into a conversation about the initial thought that went into the design of the Warjacks. We did talk about they did have a point at which they were trying to make them magnetizable standard, like right out of the box. This is something, a design iteration that they went through, and ultimately it became prohibitive for them because the depth and size of sockets that they would need to use for them, for the most part, were not compatible with metal casting techniques. So they actually did molds of some of them, where they tried to do magnet sockets, and like more often than not, the part of the mold that would create the socket would rip out, and the molds would die very, very fast. So they're like, we can't do that as long as we're doing metal. And they are interested in doing it more as they move to resin and materials that won't be as hard on their molds. It was a fairly enlightening conversation, really. It really is, Acrister. I have finished now all of the currently available weapons for Eternus Continuum, Iron Star Alliance, and Marcher Worlds. I have not done the ones that are not available yet, but I will when they go out for sale. I just think that there is a lot to be said for having the goodwill of your audience and your customers. And there are some companies out there that don't give two fucking shits about it, and I note it, and I respond to it. And there are some companies that do care, and I note it, and I respond to it. Steela Rebel, stocking up on oils today. Steela, thank you so much for coming in. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. Guys, if you're not following Steela Rebel, go over and give that girl a follow. She is one of the only people you're going to find painting models on OnlyFans. She has an OnlyFans account, and you never even see her face. Though, to be fair, there are probably a lot of people on OnlyFans who don't really see their face all that much. But in this case, it's because she's painting models. The NSFW models that they don't let you paint on Twitch. I think it's pretty fucking cool. We've had a surprising number of people stop in to actually watch the process get done. And on top of that, she paints some incredibly badass models here on Twitch. So go give her a follow. Check out her next stream. You won't be sorry. And keep an eye on that tiny Stein, because it will be mine. You can protect it as much as you want. It's not going to work. When you least expect it. But yeah, I'll let you entertain that fantasy for a little while longer, Steela, because I know it makes you feel better. So, you know, no skin off my nose. And yeah, great oil painter too, and very willing to give advice, a lot of advice that I applied to my most recent attempt that has made the whole process a lot more fun for me. Yeah, that's actually a really good tip, Matt. If you just take the Mini, and I don't even bother priming it anymore, just take the raw plastic Mini. If you can, go ahead and take like some baby powder, you know, and kind of rub it all over, get a nice layer of that, and then take the tube of oil and just press it against the Mini and squeeze it as hard as you can, and just kind of do like this motion, you know, move the Mini and kind of just Just swipe the tube of oil paint. No, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't do any of that. Yeah, no, disclaimer, don't do any of what I just said. That was all wrong. All of it was completely wrong. Oh, Snow Devil lol 14. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Alright, so I didn't completely finish the Force today, but you know what I did is I did get through the white highlighting on my last remaining Scourge Warjack, which means that all I have to do to finish my Warjacks is, you see these little red collars around the feet, and up at the top here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits on him, 5 tiny bits on him, and 3 bits on the Nemesis. Those are the only parts that I have to do, and then I can varnish these, and I'm probably going to get that done after I have dinner, so... Maybe we should do a bit on that, like, you know, pro painting tips, wrong answers only. Just come up with the worst advice we can possibly give. There's some cultural value in that, I feel. What's a meme voice? Do I have a meme voice? I don't even know what a meme voice would be. I'm just being real sloppy at this point, but whatever, I don't care. Yeah, you gotta thicken the paints before you use them. Put your paint on your palette, and then let them sit there for a good 20-30 minutes and come back to them. When you can jab them with a Q-tip without breaking the surface, that's when you know your paints are ready. Yeah. I would feel so bad if someone actually thought we were being serious, though. Like, I would cry. When I get that rep, someone's like, I checked out that Thunderhead dude's stream and he told me how to paint and it just didn't fucking work. And I found out he was just trolling me, the son of a bitch. I'd feel so terrible. I mean, if you got a wet palette, amateur, yeah, like that's different though. That's completely different. Need a touch of yellow. And then I'll start working on these reds since we still got a bit of time. Maybe I can get through it. We'll find out. Now, what I've been doing for these reds, we're going to try a little bit of something with this Ruby model overlay from Rainy River Design. I've not used this yet, but we're going to see if it functions at all similarly to this Scale 75 Ink Tense red. Oh, well, Ramzus, if it's funny, that means it's automatically worth doing. That's what that means, right? So I've done this on a few. What I'm doing is I took a deep red, and then I'm taking some Pro Acryl Bold Pyrrole red, and I'm just mixing it with white to desaturate and lighten it. And I'm highlighting with this, and that gives you sort of a pink highlight. And then once that is done, I come over it with the Inktense color for the purpose of sort of bringing it all back into that same red register. I think I can do this fairly quickly. That's how I got, like, the red here on this guy's robes. Rich, I'm glad you did too, man. I hope you had fun, and I hope you have a great night. Pretty long dry time. That's fun, because it should be the last thing that I put on. The fun. That's fine. It's fine. That's what I meant to say. That's fun. That doesn't even make any sense. Now, I'm doing this, in particular, the desaturation move, because I've got other red highlights on the model that are meant to be these glowing parts, and you can see these all move orange. They all have orange to yellow highlights for the glowing components, and I want these to be distinct. So I highlight them towards pink and white, and then bring them back into that deep red. And you can be really aggressive at this point, because you're going to sort of glaze in and filter another color over top. It's kind of like blend cheating. So I'm not going to worry that much about being super precise. Just put the blocks of color generally where I want them to go. People ask me sometimes, like, how do you choose where you're going to highlight? And bearing in mind, oh my god, there are people out there who are so much better at this than I am. I consider myself just like a competent painter, and I don't even get it right a lot of the time. But one of the important things to remember when you are doing highlighting like this is you're sort of trying to... There are a few simple shapes that you're always working with when you're talking about volumetric lighting. You got, like, cubes, cylinders, or rather rectangles, cylinders, and spheres, for the most part. And within those shapes, you can find pretty much all the different smaller variations of shape. Every other shape is going to have some combination of those. So you're kind of trying to describe those shapes with color when you're doing highlights. This isn't the best example because I'm highlighting very broadly, but it'll become more obvious as I work in other ones. There are a lot of people painting Amateur Paint Hour. Everybody's better than somebody, but there's always a bigger fish. That, and in art, you know, it's so much about kind of developing your own style. Finding out what works for you. Sure to order plenty of GW paint pots to store your fancy paints in. I hear that those actually store your paint better if you leave the pot lid open for a while after you're done using them, Matt. Or so I have read. Like, you know, don't bother closing the paint pot lid while you're painting, because you kind of want it to thicken up a bit anyway. But my point of mentioning that is if you're trying to learn how to do highlights, and you focus what studying you do on how light hits basic shapes, learn those patterns, and then as you're painting, try to see, when you look at a piece, like, is this more cylinder, is this more sphere, is this more rectangle, and then apply those same patterns that you've learned Just apply those patterns to the surface, and you'll find yourself describing a very realistic sort of volumetric lighting. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. Your brain can tell when things are just sort of wrong a lot of the time, but as long as it's close enough, particularly on a miniature scale, your brain tends to just go like, yeah, that's right. That works. Like you can see right here, I've sort of drawn this little H shape with the top edge, a little bit of the bottom edge, and then this little connecting bridge in between them. And that's sort of describing the shape of a cylinder as light falls across it. Again, I'm not saying I'm doing a great job at it. There are people out there who are much better at this than me, but this is a simple technique that you can use without putting that much thought into it. Just by memorizing a few simple patterns. Similarly, I'm going to bring it down right here for a little connection to the bottom. Same here. I'm just going to have this narrow little connection going through here to the other edge highlight on the bottom. Okay, Biocop is... Is Biocop a real movie? Like, did they actually make Biocop, or was that just a series of disgustingly humorous little skits that they did for the sake of those come and getches? Because I was under the impression that Biocop doesn't actually exist as a serious film. I'm pretty sure it's just a joke. It's a funny one, though. It's like, you know, a cop who's been exposed to radioactive material and he's mutated, and now he has to team up with a new partner. And it shows, like, him and his partner and the chief. I'm like, okay, Biocop, you're teamed up with this new guy. Don't you go flying off the handle, you rogue cannon. And the guy's like, hey, Biocop, I've heard a lot about you. I guess I'm your partner now. And Biocop just goes, kill me, and vomits acid into his face. Like, He's a walking biological atrocity. I don't think it's a serious film. Or they have like a goon runs up on Biocop and like throws a punch, and his punch just like disappears into Biocop's chest, and his chest starts digesting and eating the guy's arm, and Biocop's just screaming and begging for death the whole time. It doesn't sound as funny as it is. See, I'm bringing these highlights like almost all the way up to white and being real chunky with it, because I'm going to try to use that overlay to bring it together. We're going to see how it works together. Now, on the other side of that coin, Roland, Manborg is an actual film. If you can accuse Manborg of doing anything wrong, it's that it might take itself a little too... Like, it doesn't take itself seriously, but it might drag on a little bit at times, because the creator was really in love with the genre that he was sort of riffing on. Perhaps more so than a lot of his audience is. Started going ham on highlights. Worst case, it still looks cool. Yeah, I would rather overdo my highlights than underdo my highlights, just in general. Overdo it and then learn to tone it down. It's better than underdoing it and having it look boring. I think people can be a little too timid when it comes to painting. Just go for it. Fucking see something you like, try it out. Overdo it. There are also some much simpler principles that you can apply to things like volumetric lighting and highlighting, like as an easy rule of thumb without thinking about the shape too much. Almost anything that you're painting, if you build in a gradient, if you go from dark to light and then throw in some edge highlights, like, it will look decent. It might not look realistic, but it will look striking and decent. Dark to light, highlight the edge. Dark to light, highlight the edge. Every single fucking time. Is it going to win you a golden demon? Probably not, but it will make your models striking at average viewing distance. Alright, let's try some of this ruby overlay and see what it does. I haven't even opened this yet. Whoa! That was eager to come out. Hey, Wombat Combat, how you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out, pretty please? For Wombat Combat Prime? Good friend from down in Texas, sometime streamer. Very, very entertaining fellow, very welcoming stream. And has done some painting, too. How have things been, Wombat Combat? So now, I'm gonna thin this down in the same way that I thin down the Scale 75. Because for this purpose, I really, like... There's almost nothing formulated thin enough for this. And I would thin literally any paint I was trying this with. So I'm gonna throw in a teeny tiny bit of Lamian Medium, and then a tiny bit of Flow Improver, because I really want this to be super translucent. These are, I recommend everybody keep a bottle of Matte Medium and Flow Improver, because it really is one of those things like when companies release models where they're like, you don't have to prime them. I'm like, that's not a feature I'm looking for. That's not a realistic feature. That's not what I want. Please don't do that. Same thing with stuff that's like, it's ready to paint out of the bottle. In most cases, that's going to be true, but you want to be able to change your consistency as a painter on the fly with everything anyway, just as a part of your skill set. And there's no implied shame in modifying the consistency or thickness of your paint. Actually, I'm going to try a little bit of it, just as is, and then compare the two. It's a better way to get an understanding of what I'm working with. It's a little bit like if a chef gives you a dish and you salt it before tasting it. You should taste it first, even if you're going to add some salt. Okay, so this is just it by itself, and you're right, it is actually very translucent. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. This will actually work kind of just out of the bottle. And honestly, on something like this, I like the long dry time because you kind of apply it and then you can take your brush and sort of work it over the surface just to make sure, because you really only want a very thin coat. You can kind of pull a lot of the excess off this way. No, that's going to work nicely. Look at that. It brings the more vivid, vibrant red back into the equation. And uses the desaturated highlights just to lighten itself a little bit. So you still get the highlights, but then you also still get the saturation. Think of it as just resaturating your highlights. But like, look at this one over here compared to this one. I'm about to be, the next force that I paint, because I'm finishing these guys off, Kursala, I'm going to have a use for the blue. On both my Iron Star Alliance and my Marchers, I'm going to have a use for the blue. The Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli. So we will find out. This works nicely. Okay, yeah, no, I like this. I don't feel like it's quite as intense as the Scale 75 Inktense colors, but it actually goes on easier. The Inktense might be a little bit, like, I know that that's what they're marketing it on. It's so intense that I have to thin it down significantly to do what I'm doing right now. But with this, I'm able to just kind of throw it on. How many models in a unit? Depends entirely on the game that you're talking about. Unit. Yeah. The most mature stream on Twitch, ladies and gents. But you see, the purpose of this is now I've got multiple types of red on this figure. I don't have to do this on some of the figures. I didn't have to do it on, say, my Reavers, because they got pants. So I just did their pants in red. Didn't have to do it on my Immortal Weavers.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
Didn't have to do the Weavers because they have these little tabards or what have you that I can do in red, so the rest of their armor can be white, and then I can have the glowing parts. Did have to do it for the Warjacks because they don't have any cloth.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
The game, the model is... Oh, that depends. Darkheart, in this game, in Warcaster, the standard infantry unit size so far is 3 models. So, like, my little... These Reaver guys, these are the basic troop for the Eternus Continuum. These guys come in units of 3 figures. And then there are some that are going to be in units of 2 that are releasing soon, but other than that, most of them are solos. So, like, a Warjack is 1 unit that fights on its own. Your heroes, like Hierotheos Raxus, which I need to repaint this guy a little bit. Look how yellow he came out compared to everybody else. Like, I'm not sure what the fuck I was thinking. I can correct this with some hand painting, though, so I'm gonna correct his colors. And do a little... knock everything over with my free hand. Do a little bit of correction on him. But, like, Hierotheos Raxus, this is a single unit. or a single model unit. These Immortal Weavers, these are single model units. Most of them are singles. There you go. He's older. I like the way you're thinking. His armor has aged more. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't compare this against my other armor work when I was painting it, but I can fix this guy up. While he would be older, he would also be particularly well maintained, I feel. Did they add another faction to Warm Hordes? This is a different game. Wombat Combat. Now, technically, the storyline for Warcaster is a continuation of the storyline from War Machine. It's like there's the whole Infernal Gate debacle in War Machine, the big thing that it led up into. And it's like, okay, so all the people escape through the gate to the distant galaxy, and then they settle there, 5,000 years pass, and then Warcaster happens. It is, yeah, you hear Warcaster because Warcaster is the name of the game, and it does have Warcasters in it, Wombat Combat Prime. And it has Warjacks, for that matter. These are the Warjacks for the new game, for Warcaster Neo Mechanika. It's basically sci-fi Warhammer, or not Warhammer, War Machine. It does not have a sci-fi Hordes analog just yet, though who knows. And then you can see I did the same glow effect on the claw, but I brought the claw to a much higher yellow than I did the little glowing bits, with the intent being that, I don't know, it's hot or something. I'm not really good at doing the heated metal thing, but I still try it from time to time. The more you do it, the better you get, though. So I'm calling this Warjack done. We did finish this guy tonight. Versus Warhammer 40k, honestly, about the same to a little better depending on the model, Darkheart. I'm not totally familiar with current Warhammer 40k prices, but based on what I remember of them, this game is roughly the same to a little cheaper. A lot of their figures are metal. Actually, no, this is generally cheaper at this point. A lot of the figures are metal, they're produced in-house, they're a little bit of a pain to work with, but again, it's being produced by a fairly small company entirely in-house, and they managed to do it based on a couple of Kickstarters during the pandemic. I think it's pretty impressive. They are working on moving more to resin, which is a bit more of a joy to work with. This figure, for instance, is mostly resin. This is one of the newer Warjacks that they've released. They're doing another Kickstarter here in the near future for a new round of figures. And you can, because of the nature of Kickstarters, a lot of people wind up with more models than they're going to use. So you can usually find somebody who's like, I need to offload a bunch of starter sets or something. But, you know, here's the trio of Warjacks here. I only have two hands, so I can only hold up two at a time. But we got Nemesis, and I'm going to do that same red treatment on his little collar bits, which are going to brighten him up a fair amount, even on those small parts. So I got Nemesis, Scourge, and then another Scourge in a different pose. And this one came out a bit brighter. This is one of the reasons that I'm not great with painting large armies, is that I have a hard time really matching my own style sometimes, because it kind of evolves and changes as I go, and I feel like it gets better. And so, like, this Warjack ended up a little bit darker than this one, but I like the lighter color, so I'm like, I'll do another one at some point, and it'll conform to the newer colors. I do need to finish working on that guy, because like all of them are brighter than this guy wound up being. My shadows on this guy wound up super duper dark on this Marauder. That's okay though. What was my inspiration for the color pattern? Making it up as I go. Really, though, I start with a test figure, and I think if it wasn't this model that I started with, it was one of this in this pose. And I was like, I'm just going to paint at it until I find something that I like, and then I'm going to adapt that. I knew that I wanted to do coal black as my base for the coat, so I kind of started there with the blue. I knew I wanted to do the glowing red, so I kind of worked that up, and then I was like, what's going to go well with this? What's going to contrast with this? The studio color scheme had like dark black with some white plates and highlights for the armor, so I was like, oh, let me try doing just kind of warm white for the armor, and we did that, and it looked really good, so I was like, okay, I'm going to carry that forward. And they wind up looking different from the other models because the Reavers are like the only ones who wear the big coats. So carrying forward the white armor, the other figures with more armor end up showing a lot more white. Yeah, they give you lots of opportunity to paint glowing shit on these models. They also, like, they all have these packs on their back, these Arcanescence receiver packs. Like, every single model has one. These guys have these little backpacks with the little glowy bits on them. You'll notice each and every Warjack has one. The Nemesis has this huge one right up on top. The Scourge Warjacks have... They're more oriented back, but they're the same thing. This little pod here. The Marauders have one that's really kind of sticking high up off their back like that. The other factions have their own versions of them with their own shapes, but the idea is because you are sort of sitting behind the battle lines, charging up your units with Arcanescence as you play, that's the connection point. They get charged up from behind and it boosts all of their strength, reflexes, and power. Well, I mean, they have several more factions planned, Wombat Combat, including, I believe, some truly alien factions, because humans are not native to... And in fact, they're not. They're not human souls. These ones don't, Arcrave. These ones run on Arcanescence, which is space magic. It's not really clear what Arcanescence is. It's a mineral that grows beneath the ground, and then exposure to radiation from the galactic core causes it to convert to an energetic state and then explode up out of the ground. And they found that by harvesting this, they're able to... It's basically just replaced magic in the setting and as an electrical power source for sci-fi weapons. It's space magic, essentially. It's also a resource that they can harvest. And in the setting, Warcasters are valuable because there's only a few people who are able to manipulate Arcanescence. I think that's what they write in as the challenge, is that Arcanescence is very, very difficult to store, to manipulate, and to utilize, and it takes a Warcaster to assert control over it and direct it where it needs to go. Ooh. Okay. Thank you so much. Also, one of my favorite things about the game is it uses a reinforcement system, and this is something I wish more games would do, because one of the worst feelings for me in a war game is when I put a model on the field and someone goes, oh, I get to attack first, well, I killed that model, and I'm like, oh, this model that didn't attack, this one here that I'm now going to remove from the game, and now it doesn't do anything ever again until I play my next game. I hate that feeling. Like, I understand it, but I hate it. This game uses a reinforcement and resource system by which you summon these gates. And so the forces that you bring to a battle are considered to be only part of your available forces. You summon and charge these gates, and then you bring your forces through them. So when a model of yours is removed from the table, it goes back into your reserves. Then you can summon a gate, and you can pop the model back through into the game. So it's much more objective focused and resource management focused than it is just kill everybody, kill everybody, kill everybody. It's more keep your forces moving in a circle. If your Warjack dies, you should immediately be thinking about, okay, that one's gone, where do I want it to come back? Where do I want the next Warjack to be? I have not found that to be the case with this one, Datron Voltari. I have found the games that I have played of it to be very tense and objective focused. None of the models are so tough that they're impossible to kill. Warjacks can whole Warjacks will go down in like a single attack sometimes if you really hit them hard. and it just keeps you focused on actually controlling the objectives and doing what you're supposed to do in the game. They also, the Warcaster, like, the game, just like War Machine, is built around the existence of a Warcaster, except your Warcaster is in a nearby carrier ship as opposed to actually standing on the ground. You are the Warcaster in this sense. So instead of, I killed your Warcaster, haha, sudden death, the game's over, it's more play to the objective and play the full number of turns, which is, I prefer that. I don't like sudden death mechanics. I know they have their place in, like, tournament games. I think this game flows well enough that you don't really need it. It is just about time, though, folks, for that Storm Report. In fact, it's a little bit late. Let's get to it. I might have to move through it pretty quick. I do have some sushi waiting for me, and I don't want that to let me rush past any of your fine work, but let's get to it at the very least. Had to go ahead and pull that up. Okay, here we go.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the
Kursal and
occasional
Amateur Paint
culinary
Hour.
atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Yeah, White Wolf, well, I'm bad at time management. What do you want from me? Alright. Move some of this bullshit out of the way so that I don't smack it with randomly flailing arms. I will say, I've played a lot of games, Darkheart. A lot of games. And I rarely have as much fun making decisions from moment to moment and turn to turn as I have had in Warcaster. I feel like Warcaster has great resource management mechanics. It has great reinforcement mechanic. And even when the arc resource that you're moving around is in just your standard arc pool, it still has an impact on the game. I feel like every time I was choosing to do something in the game, my choice had meaning. And I value that in a game. In games like 40K, I'm often left feeling like my decisions have no impact, no weight, and mean nothing, because decisions that my opponent made before the game started matter more. That's not always strictly true, but, you know, perception is reality. So let's have a look at what we've got what the fuck? What? Oh, look, the first entry is from Mafik. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, Mafik, how you doing, man? I don't know if he's in chat. I don't think he is. But Mafik posts some pretty cool art a lot of the time over in the 2D art channel. It's a very unique art style. I'm not sure exactly what he intends it to be used for, or if he's just sort of sketching for his own benefit, but he comes up with some really interesting and unique character designs. So guys, if you don't check out the 2D showcase channel a lot on the Discord, I encourage you to stop over there and take a look at his art, because like it's both kind of whimsical and childlike in some ways, and also like surprisingly dark at times. It's like, oh, look at this happy smiling cartoon that grinds the organs of its enemies and spits them out through the blood cannon. Like, oh my god. I think it's pretty cool though. 30-minute missions. Option armor for elite officer. What the fuck is this? I don't know what this is, but I want to. Is it like a connects kind of thing? It looks like it's like a... It reminds me of like the connects or Bionicles type thing with the under armor, and then it looks like it's a kit with like this claw and this headpiece and these shoulder pads that go on top of it. I don't know what the fuck 30-minute mission models are, White Wolf. I'm not familiar with the brand. Maybe you are. Similar to Gundam. I'm gonna have to look this up, because that actually looks pretty cool. Well, Mafik, I hope to see you get it built pretty soon. Oh shit, what do you know? Is it just snapped together? That big jangly ass hand. He's got like two thumbs. It does not. No, O'Coral, no one ever needs to see that under any circumstances. I'm gonna have to look up this model line, because this is actually pretty neat. Pretty much all Bandai plastic kits are snapped together. Okay, I'm not familiar with it, like, at all. I think this is the first one I've seen. But yeah, it looks like it's got a little articulated sort of ball joint for the torso. It looks more like a toy than a model kit, and I have to admit that that is intriguing. Nothing's wrong with 2 thumbs if you're a fucking xenomorph, Kursala. Mafik, this is pretty neat. Thanks for sharing with us, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up, because I'm curious about it, and I've literally never seen it before in my life. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner, a small upgrade to Cursed City. Doesn't do absolutely anything gameplay-wise, except make the game look cooler. Oh, yeah, I think it makes a cool centerpiece. That's what I said. Why do you have to copy me, Greg? This is the Adamant, the airship you use in the board game to fly in and out of the Cursed City. I didn't know what, like, Cursed City has been super popular for the last, like, month or so, and I have to admit, I didn't know what the fuck it was until yesterday. I've even talked about it. I think I assumed it was like a Necromunda expansion or something, but I guess it's like, it's more similar to that Blackstone Fortress game that came out, but for fantasy. I agree, it does make it does make for a nice centerpiece. I saw that it's Warhammer Quest, okay. I saw that they're, like, not reprinting it, which is just right in line with the bullshit that I hate Games Workshop for doing, where they're like, oh ho ho, we made a popular thing, well now it's artificially limited. Fuck you. Like, really, like, you have to fuck me so blatantly, Games Workshop? Do you really have to just squeeze every fucking penny you possibly can out of every single one of your customers, you rat bastards? I doubt it, Datron Volt. Dude, Datron, Games Workshop took the, like, business stimulus checks that the British government gave out. Them and many other companies took those. I'm using the wrong phrases. It's not stimulus. It was just like business assistance. A lot of companies took it. Games Workshop paid theirs back before anybody else did, because Games Workshop has been fucking cleaning up all year. Games Workshop has seen a boom. They've been selling. Their market has expanded massively in the last year, contrary to what basically everyone else's has. And for them to then turn around and be like, oh, we can't do it. Yeah, this is bullshit. I do not buy that for 1 second. Well, then they should stop using such, like, blatantly cheap manufacturing and running their business on the fucking backs of child slave labor. Oh, their profit margins. Oh, they're gonna make slightly less money. Oh, God. If we're gonna make slightly less money, then fuck the customer, right? God, I hate Games Workshop. I'm oversimplifying things in my edgy little whine here. I know that I am, but fuck them. Really, just fuck them. I don't like Games Workshop anymore. They're avarice made manifest. That said, I'm sorry that's what I started talking about when you showed this cool model that you put together with the neat little scenic base, Greg. I apologize. But nice build job on this, man. It does. It does extend past Games Workshop, Wombat Combat Prime, but if I were to follow that thought process through to its actual logical conclusion, then this stream would just be me crying for like 4 hours and then going through a short period of suicidal ideation. So let's not take it too much further, shall we? Because at the end of the day, Storm Chasers, members of chat, the world is a goddamn dumpster fire, just all over the place. And we have to pick and choose the things that we rage at, rant about, and get depressed over. Because if we really face reality, you know, life is a nightmare. So let's try not to do that. That's for you, Shadow Fox. And yeah, fuck Games Workshop. They're terrible. Also, Os Wombat. So sorry. I don't think I mentioned or noted your follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The world is a vampire set to drain. Oh God, no. Oh no. Oh, let's come down and see what Vergaderung has for us. Ooh, that's fancy. That's pretty cool, Verg. That's real nicely done. That's Ion Raptor's Wraith, right? Did you added the smoke trails, I assume. Really nicely done. Dude, again, I feel like I just have to keep saying it. I think your Merrick Militia is probably the best and most complete Merrick Militia force that has ever existed on the planet Earth in the history of Battletech. Oh, man. Oh no, I'm so sorry for Godarone. Didn't get it done in time for the last Storm Report, but here's the finished, I'm sorry. Here's the finished Wraith Ion model in my Merrick Militia colors. This one was fun to paint, tried out doing selective highlights, but probably did too much still. It still looks good. Like, you know, that's just stylistic, man. You do a fantastic paint job every time. If you want to improve your contrast, like, keep working on it. I think that this figure shows more contrast, and I can definitely see that you're being more selective with your highlights than you usually are, but your work is fantastic. You've got a little bit of the OSL glow here on the bottoms of the legs from the flames. Like, this is a great fucking paint job. And if you want to continue to improve, by all means do so. But, no, this is fantastic. It was the first time I did so let me know how I can do better if you can. I mean, deepen the shadows on the downward-facing surfaces on the bottoms of the thighs here and in the front. Deepen the shadows on the bottoms of the arms nearly to black. I might raise the highlights on the top-facing surfaces, like here. It's just, if the surface is facing away from a light source, darken it. And it's trickier when you're doing a jumping model, because if you really wanted to do good lighting on this, the whole back of the Mini would be completely lit up. And then you would have like a band of dark before you got to the front highlights, but that would be much more complicated. Deepen the highlight here, like right here. Have a stark edge highlight to pull out this shape, but have this be almost black. I would say also have like this side of the chest highlighted more than this side. Bring this right here down into a deeper shadow, maybe. I would extend this shadow kind of down, out, and around the shoulder joint. This is actually a pretty good depth right here. I like this. Yeah, you can push it, Verg, but this is nice. This is real fucking nice. Ion Raptor is fucking adorable. Yeah, guys, go follow Ion Raptor if you haven't yet. We're looking at a couple of his painted mechs here. Here we have from Jungle Plague, getting my stable of Ion Raptor mech paints started, so I have a few to choose from for the contest. Jungle Plague was saying that he only uses craft paints and doesn't have proper paints yet. He was asking about where to get paints. Jungle Plague, if you're painting with fucking like Walmart craft paints and doing this, I'm straight fucking jealous. You do amazing work for the type of paint that you're using. You have a real good eye for this, and I want you to keep painting so much it kinda hurts. Yeah, okay, like, totally honest, I think of the paints, the paint jobs we've seen from Jungle Plague so far, this is maybe the least of them. I'm not saying this is bad, this looks fucking great, but this is the least of them. There's nothing wrong with them, Darkheart, outside of the fact that they're just a little harder to work with. If you're working with, like, apple barrel craft paints, it's not that you can't do it, you absolutely can. You're fighting your tools a little bit to get really precise details and smooth blends, though. You absolutely are, if that's the paint that you're using. There are exceptions to the rule. Some people are really amazing. But if you do a good job with those paints, using better formulated paints is gonna blow your fucking mind. Oh man. Jungle Plague. Damn, man. Damn. Here we have from Ion Raptor, Bane Standard. Not sure if I want to do the Bane 2 or not. Oh, it's a Bane, so I have to do it. Let's start over. Bane Standard. I'm not sure if I want to do the Bane 2 or not. I'll let winners choose which one they want, because I'm going to separate the torso and arms for print. I should be able to get away with printing just a single torso type, because the MGs on top are just a panel that covers the SRM's Batman. I assume that's how you wanted me to read that. What with it being, because the Bane. Terrible impression. I understood I'm sorry. This is the Bane 2. I would have Bane 3 with the machine guns on top of it. Was that closer? It did kind of go Deckard Cain there. I do the Deckard Cain more than I try to do the fucking Tom Hardy, okay? Like, just in my daily life, I will more often say things like, "Oh, hello, my friend, stay a while and listen." And then, see, that sounded more like Bane. Hang on. Hello, my friend, stay a while and listen. That still sounded more like Tom Hardy to me. I don't know, I'm not a voice actor. Mafik, how you doing, man? I was just talking about your first entry there. And guys, yeah, if you haven't checked out Mafik's work, definitely go check out the 2D Showcase channel in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can join by typing !Discord into chat. I've only had like 3 sips of beer. Anyway, Ion Raptor, this is fucking crazy, by the way. What goddamn madman would put this many rotary guns this close to each other? And then there's machine guns. This is... I'm not blaming you, Ion Raptor, but this mech is fucking absurd. Like, really well done. Don't get me wrong. But fucking absurd. Oh, God. Lovely work, as always, Ion Raptor. I think we'll give the contest winner all the parts. Yeah, fuck yeah. Here we have from Roland working on some of those hexless roads. Ooh, and got another one of these rolling shotgun shoeboxes together. Yeah, it seems like you're leaning a little bit more into letting the contrast kind of pool to create these deep shadows on the panels, Roland. And this type of shadow is really good. If you can combine this level of shading with edge highlights, or really light dry brushing just from an upward angle to catch the edges, the combination of the midtone here, the deep shadow here, and the edge highlight is going to push these paint jobs up just a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. But like these deep shadows on the red, this is good. This is good. I like that. And it's always good to see the hexless roads coming in. Not enough people are doing the hexless roads. We need more hexless roads in the world. Also more hexed roads, because hex play is superior. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. Here we have from Darkheart X9 some bases I painted today. Use Turbo Dork Color Shift paints for the finish. / shimmer. Ooh. Well, these are nice, bright, and clear what they are. If I were going to make any change to these, by the way, really nice use of the bright colors. If I was going to make any change to these, I feel like you could just use a wash or two in here. I think that I included Army Painter Soft Tone in that box that I sent you. If you were to take that Army Painter Soft Tone and wash it kind of around and over these skulls and then over this gold part, I think that you would really, really like what it does. The lava's looking nice. All in all, really good work. Much smoother, it's looking like. I dig it. Ordered another 30-minute mission mech kits. I've never heard of 30 minutes mission kits before, but I'm very, very curious about them, Mafik. Here we have from the POV 42. Since you seem to like the last Ghost Bear mech I painted, I figured I'd break out the light box for my most recent one, Ghost Barrel Mega Galaxy, a unit with a lot of fun and sometimes harrowing lore. I've been enjoying the scheme now that I feel I've got a handle on it. And while the skull pauldrons on this car are mildly silly, I think they look damn good in blue. They're not that silly. Here's the thing. When you're looking at a battle mech from Battletech and saying, this looks kind of silly, you have to consider what happened during the HeroClix Dark Age phase of models. You've got to get pretty fucking silly looking before you catch up to some of the Atlas sculpts that they put out in that. So in a way, they lowered the standard so far that you don't have much to worry about. But honestly, these don't look bad at all. Like, the premise of having skulls on your mech is fundamentally a little silly, but it's also an integral part of Battletech. That's the whole premise behind the Atlas, is the Death's Head. Like, we'll put a skull on it, it looks scary. Now, I think this looks great. And yeah, nicely done. The gray and the blue actually contrast fairly well. I'm curious, have you tried, POV, have you tried doing the star spangling method where you take like a stiff bristle brush, like an old toothbrush, get a little bit of white paint on it, wipe most of it off, and then sort of pull it back with your thumb and flick the bristles at the model? Have you tried doing that before? Because if you haven't, you should give it a try on some pieces of spare plastic until you get a feel for how it works. And then, because if you combine these larger stars that you're doing with those teeny little stars you can get by flicking the white paint off a toothbrush, you would get an amazing starfield pattern on here. Like, this looks good. That's just, like, that's the step that I would take to kind of enhance this. Lovely work overall, though, POV. And thank you for sharing. Love the snow, by the way. That's looking better. Worried about making sure I didn't get it on the blue. Yeah, so when you're doing effects like that, you start having to plan your paint job. And so you either want to use, you can use like Tamiya masking tape, you can use like blue tack, kind of shape it around the parts you don't want to get it on, or you can paint those parts first and then do the blue second. But yeah, you have to put a little bit more consideration into it, but I think it'd be worth it. Here we have from Shock21. Excuse me. I shared one of these last stream, but here are the first 2 mechs I painted that I printed myself. Big thanks to Thunderhead, as many others who have all helped with all manner of troubleshooting along the way, probably more them than me. Painting details really brings out some of the limitations of FDM printing, but overall sure beats having to use a proxy or cardboard stand-up. This is it's exactly where I started with 3D printing. I was like, am I going to use cardboard standees? Printing it on FDM is better than that, and I've got several mechs printed in FDM that I think look pretty good. And yeah, really, when you consider the limitations of the printer and the alternatives and the price, these are pretty damned excellent. And you know what they are is great fucking practice, because by the time this bug has bitten you hard enough, Shock, that you get yourself a resin printer, or you win a resin printer, or you find a resin printer in the dumpster and refurbish it, or however it falls into your hands, by the time you get a really nice model of this, you'll have enough painting practice on these that it'll just be like bing, bang, boom, and you'll have an amazing paint job. Absolutely amazing. That said, these are looking real nice. Decent smooth application. Yeah, you can see some of the print lines, but it's not really that bad. It looks like you're orienting them kind of tilted back, so you're increasing your resolution a little bit, so instead of having just vertical print lines, you can see how it kind of layers back like that, and then you get a nice smooth bit up here. There's a lot that you can do by painting the details in yourself, too. I like the blue and gold on this guy. And I'm glad that these Thunderhead Studio Trinity City bases are working out for you, man. Very nice. Mission kits is like for starters, you want to build their model for the first time, and we have 2 to 3 runners and insignia. Yeah, they look like they're real. When I saw them, I immediately thought of like Connects or like Bionicles or something, but I guess they're a little bit more complex than that. Shadows. Deeper shadows. That would be my recommendation. Doing some pin washes in the crevices like here, the bottom chest panels here, in here, and then doing some more by hand edge highlights along the legs would, I think, do a lot to... And the other thing is, if you reduce the shine of your figures, you're going to see this a lot less. You're seeing this because it's kind of satin to gloss. If you can apply something like Vallejo Mecha Matte Varnish over the top of this, you'll see these lines a lot less, and then apply some hand highlights to the edges. These are great models to learn how to do wash shading and edge highlights on. And if I was going to pick anything for you to work on Shock 21, that would be it. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Here are the requested picks with a darker background. Fucking fantastic. Definitely does a better job showing the work. Total overkill on the Archer, and the Beowulf didn't need a white wash after all. Should have used the dark blue on the Vulture. But hey, I learned about this particular color scheme, namely, do something else. Sometimes that's the most important lesson of all, Amateur Paint Hour, but yes, you see how the dark background, I can see the details much more clearly than I could against I can see you've done a jeweling job on the lasers, for instance. I can see the work that you've done on the cockpits, and I can much more clearly tell the divisions between the camo stripes. I think you actually did a really good job on the camo stripes. A really, really nice job. Jeweling on this scale can be very, very complicated, but you've got the basics down to a degree. If I'm looking at this jeweling, I think you got it a little bit backwards, in that you have your darker portion here, you have your lighter portion here, and then you have your glare on the lighter portion. You want to reverse that. You want to have your lighter portion on the corner that is separate from the glare. So that do most of it dark, have the lighter portion kind of down here, and then do the dot of glare opposite that point. That'll bring the visual effect together a little bit more. Like, you've got the principles right, it just looks like you swapped one of the details. The Archer does look frozen. The Archer looks like it was attacked by Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze from Batman and Robin. That's just what I'm getting from it. He's like, ugh! Like, comically frozen in ice. But the snow effects are good. It's a lot of snow. But, you know, I've never been very good at snow effects myself. Almost every time I've done it, I've wound up kind of overdoing it like this. It's easy to do because it doesn't seem like it's that much. It's just you got to remember less is more and always start with less and work up because it's real easy to add more. It's real difficult to take some off. I really like the Vulture, though. I think the camo scheme came out nice on this. And yeah, again, it looks like you just reversed where the glare is supposed to be on the lasers, but you're getting good practice. This is real fine work and very tricky to do, and it looks like you got decent brush control. Nicely done, Amateur Paint Hour. Here we have from White Wolf for Setup Sunday. Lights work on both sides thanks to a replacement reflector device thingy. Annoyingly bright, but inside it seems like it's a nice, soft light, so that's what counts. Now to just work towards acquiring a tripod. Eventually, like James Popsis, I hate I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is? I don't know who that is. If you can identify the label, congrats, you listen to some of the same music. I don't like singers. Yes. Oh yeah, no, this works. I love these pop-up light tents. Oh, been a lot of annoying things cropping up in the reel, so here have some elite dangerous screenshots. Broke the 13,000 light years. It goes to the staging area barrier 2. Oh, and 1,337 systems discovered first according to the EDSM2, so it's probably closer to about 1,000 found in-game. 1337, you might note, also spells LEET for those of us who were born in the late 80s to early 90s. No, Kersal. I refuse. Ooh, that's lovely. This planet probably sucks to actually be on the surface of. Look at how big those fucking storms are. Oof. This one looks nicer. It looks calm. Of course, it's probably something stupid like, oh, its atmosphere is ammonia. Why does space have to be that way? Why can't every planet out there be perfectly habitable and nice? Why does it all have to have like ammonia atmospheres and horrific storms and be superheated? Why is space so hostile? I want to love you, space. Let me love you. Oh, God. Lovely pictures, though, White Wolf, and thank you for sharing. Oh, no. Alright, I don't have my audio set up. I don't have my audio set up for Discord, and because of some circumstances, I cannot actually change it right now. So I apologize. This clip, though, is available to you fine people right here on this very channel if you want to go check it out. I'm gonna take a look at it real quick. It doesn't. My own philosophy doesn't make any sense. You caught me saying it, you caught me admitting it, and now I'm never gonna leave it down. Mafik, thanks for stopping in, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, take it easy. I'll check out your art after the stream. Thanks for stopping in, man. Here we have from Gus Schultz making some progress on the base for the horrific fly monster. Use pre-shading when applying to paint, but oil washes to get the subtle dirt tones. Oh no, there's maggots. Oh God, there's maggots. Why have I encouraged Gus to keep posting pictures here when these images upset me the way that they do? This is like, it's like one of those really artistic movies, you know? That they're like, it's like they're not fun to watch, but at the same time, they're so moving that once you've watched them, like, you're glad that you saw it. You know, you're like, I feel enriched. I feel like this has culturally been good for me. And at the same time, I also feel really dirty and like I need to take a bath. That's sort of the feeling I get from this. Like, I feel culturally and artistically enriched, and I also want to light it on fire at the same time. Giant toenail clip. Oh, yeah, those maggots would be like this maggot would be like you could grab it with both hands. Like, the maggot would be trying to bite you in the face and you'd be wrestling it off, you know? I imagine they attack like the critters in Critters. Like, you know, you're out having a pee and one of them will just like jump into the crotch of your pants and then suddenly it's eating you from the inside. Calling this the Schindler's List of mini... Okay, there is truth in that comparison, but I don't want to make it directly. But yeah, you can see how he's been using oil washes to really get the kind of varied, like, kind of rotting dirt tones in here. The concrete looks fantastic. Looks really, really good. He's managed to get a diversity of grit in the broken off chunks and the dirt, and then the gathered, like these parts here that are sort of covered in dust. Everything looks real kind of matte and dusty and dulled down like real concrete. This is some really top-notch work. Just fantastic stuff, Gus. I can't wait to see this whole thing finished. I really can't wait. Here we have from DJ Mouse, finished Monpok minis. Had to take down the first one because for some reason Discord says you have to delete the whole message, not just the photo. Also my bad for not following 2-picture rule. It's okay. So this is the Sergeant Titanica model that was the con exclusive, I believe. Because standard Sergeant Titanica is just wearing like a military uniform type thing, and she's, giant. And this one is like, yeah, I thought so. This one is rocking, first of all, a hilarious ape in one hand who's like, oh, what the fuck? And, I mean, this is such an obvious and humorous reference to King Kong that I'm delighted by it. With the woman holding the tiny ape, Though in this case, she's giant, and that's actually quite the large ape. Oh, Coral, you have a fantastic night, man. Thanks for being here. And then she has a beer truck in one hand that she has apparently popped the top on. Oh, I like the Monsterpocalypse minis. They have such a sense of fun to them. Getting Space Jam vibes. He does look like he's playing basketball. I'm not sure what those weapons are meant to be. Are they clubs, maybe? They're like war clubs or something? Because they have like an Egyptian theme, and I know that Egyptians had like Khopesh swords and then like these sort of rounded mace club things, but I'm not really familiar enough with it. I like what you've done here with the, first of all, lovely skin tones on this hippo, with the red coming up to the sort of lavender or softer tone on the legs and on the upper part of the body, so the belly is a little bit more livid and discolored. Real kind of soft pinkish red. I think this works wonderfully, particularly when compared to the gold. And then, yeah, you got the spit. The nasty spit in the hippo mouth. Dude, hippos are terrifying. I don't know if you know, they have a bash ability. Yeah, so they're probably maces. They're probably just big, weighted clubs and maces. Hippos are terrifying. I don't know, like, most of you probably know this by now, but hippos are incredibly violent. And will just straight murder you with their gigantic mouths and horrible, blunt teeth. Really, really strong jaws. So this is, like, genuinely pretty threatening. Particularly considering the fact that that guy's, like, 15 fucking feet tall. Oh, yeah, talking about the Sergeant Titanica and the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman reference. That the Monpok is nothing but references to movies and games, and that's kind of part of why I love it. In Malaysia, coconut crabs, quite dangerous. I hear they're delicious. Like, you might have to, like, do battle with them to eat them, but I hear they're delicious. Here we have from Darkheart X9. Got those bases and the Chaos Sorcerers that will eventually go on them. Ooh, that's exciting. Darkheart, please share with us as you get the paint jobs done on these Sorcerers. Very nice. I think this is a bad picture. Darkheart, you haven't been around very long if you think this is a bad picture. You should see some of the shit that I've posted. They're only delicious if they've not been feeding on actual garbage. I guess that makes sense, PDF. They say you are what you eat, which is why I am a Pop-Tart full of Mountain Dew. Here we have from Datron Voltari, practicing flesh tones with oils. All of the naughty bits are covered, but I'm using a spoiler tag just to be safe. If you chose to skip it on stream, no worries. Still need to add more color to the flesh tones. Haven't touched the rest of the figure. I'm loving the process so far. Risky click of the night. Let's go. Oh, it covers it pretty well. Either way, the flesh tones are looking good. If I had to give a critique, I'd say they're a little bit yellow. You might want to work some more purples, greens, and reds into the shadows. But the blending is looking nice, Datron Voltari. Here we have from our very own Magnatorious Maximus Cybran Knight. Taking advantage of this self-isolation, no symptoms yet, glad to hear that, to blitz some painting, so figured I'd take up some of my Quake variants, being overall few parts and all, this time featuring a twin large laser main gun, that's the sentence, and the biggest non-artillery gun around, an improved heavy Gauss rifle. This thing is ridiculous. It really, like, I love the way it's just coaxially mounted into the hull like a tank destroyer. It's not even as high as it is on most tank destroyers. It's like low into the hull. Like this thing is good. If this hits a mech, it's gonna blast through its fucking ankle before anything else. The twin large lasers actually look pretty cool. I like how they're more dropped down into the center spine. Metalcore, you do such goddamn cool work. Guys, you can always hit exclamation point Metalcore in chat to get a link to this fine gentleman's site where you can find many of these parts for sale. He's not sending any out right now because he did have a little bit of a COVID exposure scare, so he's waiting until it's absolutely certain that he's not going to mail you some COVID. But here, pretty soon, that should be cleared up. Not just the quick parts, also opted to whip up a couple more streaker cabs. Unfortunately, although I'll probably finish these beds I'm working on before the end of the stream, they won't make the cutoff. That's okay. These are looking nice. Always, your paint scheme is really, really nice. The gray, the blue, and then the bright green. The streaker is a cool little platform. You have the infantry cab to make it a transport. This is it without anything on it. And then these are all magnetizable rear beds with different weapon systems. It's just a nice light weapons platform. Very, very cool work. Sounds like an ankle biter with extra sets, an ankle blaster more than anything else. Rear view of the same figure needs work, but I'm happy with the highlights on the shoulder blades so far. Yeah, we need more warm colors. It's looking a little jaundiced. Like the blends are really nice, but man, if you work some greens, some purples, and some reds into the shadows, I think you're really, really gonna like what happens. But yeah, the blends are looking nice and smooth, Datrin. Don't have anything new tonight. How about we look at my dauber leg with some paint on it. It's done with a base coat of metallic medium/dark blue and then 2 coats of Rainy River Designs onyx on top. I think for future ones, probably go with either a lighter blue or only 1 coat of onyx. Ooh. Hang on. Base coat of metallic medium dark blue and then 2 coats of onyx on top. Yeah, I can see how maybe just 1. I was wondering if the blue came from the onyx, but no, the blue was a part of the initial coat. This actually worked nicely. But yeah, if you could get some of those higher highlights to pop out a little bit more, or if you take your undercoat and lean into the highlights and the contrast a little bit more, and then maybe 1 coat of onyx, you might like how that turns out. Really nice looking print though. It came out wonderfully. I'm just going to continue to give you shit over this thigh because I wish it was smooth. Just forever. That's just going to be a meme at this point. Here we have from Vergaderung, in case anyone wants to see what I have been dealing with from a year and a half ago. Most of the secondhand army has been in simple green for that time, but I found a Tetra. Didn't fit in the bucket. This wasn't even the worst one. Some of them were primed, painted thickly, primed again, and then painted. Oh my god. Oh no. I hate it when that happens. That's not too bad, though. I've seen worse detail loss. The biggest problem with this is that it's thick enough you've lost a little bit of the crisp edge on some of these plastic details, and it's been replaced with like a rounded coat of acrylic. This is salvageable, though. This is salvageable. Yeah. Of course, I guess salvaging is most of what you've been up to on these. Oh, look, some Trinity City slums. Ha ha ha. Have you been stripping them for Vergaderung? Yeah, in the bucket, in the simple green. Okay, yeah, I literally just read that, and then I was like, has he been using simple green? He did just say that, because that would be my recommendation. So you're absolutely on the right track for getting them stripped at the very least. Tau armies. One of the first armies that I painted for myself in Warhammer 40k. Vergaderung, thank you for sharing your nightmare with us today. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, you guessed it, to the end of the stream. Let's figure out who we're rating. Let's figure out who we're rating, ladies and gentlemen. Who's doing what? Zambies is painting. 46 and 2 is painting. Crocodile is going. Innocent Dictator, Shorty Paint Studios. What are you doing, Crocodile? Mechanicus? I haven't had a chance to raid Crocodile in a while, and he's one of the nicest dudes on Twitch and a really talented painter. He has not been streaming as much lately. Yeah, I know, like, Teal's gonna come on after this, right? Let's raid, let me make sure he's not getting ready to quit. No, he's still painting. Let's rate him. Kaboom! Let's make that happen. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, if you have not been made aware yet, I'll let you know right now, as it says right there, April 20th, 22nd, 25th, the stream is on break. For the next 3 streams, I'm going to be taking some time to do some maintenance, get my head together a little bit, have a chance to get out and do some more spring maintenance on the property. I'm going to be trying to change some things mechanically with the stream for when we come back. Hopefully everything will be improved. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe it'll be worse. You know? Maybe I'll intentionally make the stream worse. Who knows? I've done dumber things. I've done dumber things today. We'll find out together. It'll be a good time. And then Saturday, April 24th is going to be our Discord movie night, where we're going to be watching at least Pacific Rim, probably something else, and I'm going to be talking about it extensively. Like, exhaustively. That should be something. We'll be back April the 27th, working on some mechs, possibly working with some oils. We shall see. Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. I really enjoy these streams so much, and I cannot wait to see you guys again in just over a week. Ooh, that's going to be weird, isn't it? Huge thank you to everyone. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you to all the new followers that we got today. Huge thank you to my mod team. As always, make some noise over in Crocodile's stream. I will see you guys next time, so until then, keep on painting.